All right, hopefully this is working. This is the most probably random of all the shows I've done for Tech Talk. Oh, hold on, I got a loose connection that's dirty. There we go. All right, can I hear myself now? Why is one cup way louder than the other? Come on now. All right. Whoo, man, I am running on nothing, guys. Don't worry, I took a shitload of Adderall though, and I'm chasing it with a bunch of shots of coffee, so it should be good. All right, I don't know. Can anybody see me? I don't even know if anybody can see me because I have no chat up. I haven't prepared. I don't have any windows open yet. I don't even have the URL. This thing, why is this doing this? Stop. This cable where it plugs in this ear cup, it keeps cutting out. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. All right. There we go. I think there's a loose wire in this ear cup or something. Okay, sorry guys. Oh, fuck. Every time I touch the wire on something, it goes. Try the old Nintendo trick. All right, let's see. Does that work? No. I must have a broken wire. Yeah, it's making noise when I move this around, so it's either a broken connector or a broken wire. I might have to switch headphones. Here, let me switch headphones real quick. Hold on. Shit, I wasn't ready to go live, but I pushed it because a lot of people want me to stream. A lot of people are messaging me, say, "What's up?" They're also pounding on Kevlar condom, trying to wonder where the hell I'm at. All right, there we go. Okay, I just gotta calm down, guys. This was not a good week for me. And I'm just a little frazzled. I know I already said that, but I don't know what else to say. All right, hold on. We'll snap out of it eventually. I'm just glad that I actually hit the stream button because I almost didn't stream. I was right on the cusp of it, like trying to solve this problem, and I got people messaging me, and I'm like, oh god, I gotta stream. Oh shit, I gotta stream. And then when I get like that, I can't concentrate and I can't focus when I'm really tired. Shit, I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I'm just fucking all over the place, guys. Here, save. For the topic title, I just put in a bunch of crazy characters. Hopefully, I don't get in trouble by YouTube for doing that, because I know YouTube probably they'll see that and be like, oh, that's spam, or that's not an accurate depiction of what he's doing. Trust me, it's a very accurate depiction of what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. And tags. I don't have any tags yet. Here, I'll just do Tech Talk, Barnacules Nerdgasm, Tech Talk. No breaking news. Tech news, technology, AI. Okay, good enough. Recording date, I guess, is today, the 28th. Okay, I think everything else is right. Let me save that. Hopefully that worked. Oh shit, I still don't have a chat open. Sorry guys, I got a little sidetracked there. Let me go enable all the things. There's a whole bunch of shit I got to go through before I start a stream. But I just started it and figured I'd deal with it afterwards. That way I could give status updates as I go. If you guys are wondering where Aux is, Aux had to step out today. If you guys didn't see that over on Discord, he messaged me this morning when I woke up. He said, what did he say? He said his computer's in pieces and he was sorry he forgot to tell me sooner. Me and him, we forget, we lose track of time and the dates sometimes and stuff like that. So usually he doesn't realize it's Tech Talk until the day of, and then he's like, oh shit, my computer's in pieces. We have an open policy where we can bail if we need to, because this is just something we more do for fun than anything. This isn't like mission critical. Twitch is supposed to be the mission critical thing for me, and that's the thing that gets neglected the hardest. Hey, what's up? Kazeki? Hello, Cypress. How are you doing? What's up, Mechberg? Kevlar Condom, my brother. Good to see you. Sorry I couldn't take your last call, man. I was just too flustered. I was like in the middle of it, and I figured you were just going to be like, hey, when you going live? People are asking me. So I knew what you were going to say already. So I was like, you know what? Let me just focus on finishing what I did. Then I lost my I lost my composure. I forgot what I was doing to fix the code. And I was like, God damn it. And I just said, fuck it, and just hit go, and I'll just control the air conditioner with my hand. Hey, what's up, Pele? How's it going? Wow, I did not realize I was this tired. This has got to be a new record for the most tired I've ever done a live stream. This might even be that time that I went and took 2 Ambien and then came up and live streamed. How do I sound? Does everything sound and look okay, though? Let's see. I got chat. Let me break that out while I have it. Otherwise, I'm going to lose it. Let me put chat over here where I can see it. I didn't hear anything back from David, so I think it's safe to say David's out and he's not going to pop in. Yeah, I got no response from him. And to Houston's credit, he did message me this morning at I think it was 5 a.m. or something like that, where he said his computer was disassembled. I just didn't get the message because I didn't check my messages before I went to sleep. And I slept for about 45 minutes, just doing a little brisk little nap, just so I wasn't operating on zero sleep. And it helped a little bit. I woke up from the nap and I felt okay, but then I was like, man, I fell off a cliff. So I'm just waiting for this caffeine. I also took some vitamin B. I took some vitamin B 3, 6, and 12 complex, which usually puts a little spring in my step. Makes me a little shaky and jittery, but I don't care. Worth it. Sounds okay. Looks okay. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Open a window. It's 45 degrees out. No, I don't want it to get too cold, though. So when I stream, 68 degrees is the sweet spot. I can't get the room stabilized at 68 with my current setup, so I settle for between 68 and 70. But because my ESP32 controller is rendered dead now because of all the security changes I made without thinking ahead, because I was in a hurry because my Wi-Fi password got leaked on the internet on the dark web. So I didn't want people rolling up on my house and hacking my Wi-Fi and having their way with my network. So I had to go through a bunch of shit. And then on top of that, I found out a bunch of my other passwords that I thought I had changed were not changed. And they were passwords that were leaked onto the internet. So that explained why every once in a while I was getting random emails claiming that, giving me codes and 2-factor authentication requests that I didn't receive. They didn't happen nearly as much as the Microsoft one from the Microsoft bot network I outed the other day. We'll talk about that during the stream today once I get a little bit more composed and wake up. But it was still enough to be what's going on? So I spent probably about 7 hours last night. Didn't finish till about 6. Didn't eat dinner. Completely missed dinner. Didn't get downstairs till about 5 or 6, and then I had to change the Wi-Fi password and start moving everything else over to the new Wi-Fi, so that when my son woke up, his shit wouldn't all be disconnected from the network and stuff. And then he'd go wake up his mom, who didn't get any sleep because I kept her up all night with my shit. Keller said, the fuck, I know your Wi-Fi, but how? It's because the password I used on my Wi-Fi is a password I've used on my Wi-Fi for a very, very, very long time. And my guess is when LastPass got hacked, they got my Wi-Fi password because I did have it stored in there. So, and I just now found it. I just got an alert from... So NordVPN has a feature where you can put in your email addresses. I think it's up to 5 email addresses, and they do deep searches to figure out if any of your past accounts or names or passwords or anything related to that email address has been compromised. And sure shit, the one at the very top, I click on it. I basically tell it to display the data that was in the leak. And sure enough, it was a list of all my passwords I used in the past, including my Wi-Fi password, including some passwords for things on my local network, like other computers and local accounts and logins, which I found really bizarre. But again, those were things that I stored in LastPass. So there's no other place those things would have been stored. And all the passwords that were leaked were passwords from that era. There was no passwords leaked that are post LastPass hack. So again, it confirms 100% that LastPass actually did leak my shit. So they tried to claim, oh no, it wasn't us. We didn't leak it. It wasn't our fault. The people got access, but they didn't get access to any of the passwords. No, they definitely got access to the passwords. That they 100% did. 100%. But yeah, that was a fucking nightmare. Stephen Martin said, I hope you didn't have your dick out when solving the problem like Linus S. did when he got hacked. Wait, Linus S. Who's Linus S? Like Linus Sebastian? Like Linus Tech Tips, you mean? that's right. When he got hacked, he was naked. Oh, now, sorry, my brain is just going really slow. That's right. I do remember that. He said he was like running around his house naked when he found out he got hacked. I remember that. So yeah, anyways, if you use LastPass, you should probably throw that in the garbage and select something else. Because LastPass, they're, what is it? Not CEO, but like one of the higher up executives went home, logged into the corporate network from a compromised computer, and then started running like fucking random scripts from porn sites or whatever. Ended up getting himself a Trojan horse. They came in, connected to the corp net, and started getting stuff under his access level because he was connected to the corporate network with this vulnerability, and they backdoored his system. And so they got access to a lot of shit. And that's what caused my hack. If you guys remember, a couple years ago, I got hacked and I lost the YouTube channel. I lost all my email accounts. Well, most of my email accounts. I lost access to my Twitch. I lost access to my YouTube channel. I lost access to my Discord and about a dozen other things. And it was a big... Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. It was the Plex server. His Plex server had a vulnerability in it. Because he was running an old version, he didn't patch his shit, and he was like connecting. He was connecting to the corporate network and raw dogging it. Kevlar Condom said the password DB needs to only be decrypt on the client side. 100%. And LastPass claims that that's how it works. But the problem with LastPass is the thing that they use for generating the decryption key is stored on their side. So they're the ones that hand it to you. If they're the ones that have to hand you the key, that's not secure. Right? Because if the decryption key is handed to you, then that means they have it and they can use it too. Which means, some nefarious party can also use it. What time is it in your chat right now? 12:38. Right now, as I'm saying this, it's 12:38 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So yeah, fuck LastPass. LastPass cost me a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of stress. Also, Putch said, yeah, boy, my thermostat set to 68 too. Hey, well, we're on the topics of thermostat. I just want to say a big fuck you to Google. Google acquired Nest Thermostat because I don't think they owned it from the beginning. If I remember right, it was another company that created it, then Google acquired it or something. But the Nest Thermostat, the Gen 1, really nice metal one that has all the cool functionality and everything, they basically released an app update and a firmware update that just bricks the device, ensures that you can never use it again. It just tells you in the app, sorry, we discontinued support for this device, so it's now a dumb device. You can't remotely access it. And not only did they do that, but they locked it down so that you can't even send it commands on your LAN. So all they had to do, if they didn't want to support it on the server side anymore, all they had to do was just unlock it so that users could just connect to it over their LAN and control it directly, not using their infrastructure. But instead of that, they're like, no, just go buy another Nest. Why the fuck would you buy another Nest? What would possibly compel me to buy another Nest knowing that they're just going to do the same thing to this one when the next one comes out? Like, that makes no fucking sense, especially when it was like $200 or something, I think, when I got it originally. It was fairly expensive. But yeah, seriously, fuck Nest, man, and fuck Google, because that's horseshit. I think that should be illegal. You know, it's like, what was that campaign to save games? It was like, don't kill games, or don't rape games, or whatever it is. What was it? Like, don't kill games. Whatever that initiative was. I feel like the same thing needs to happen for companies that have hardware that's backed by internet infrastructure. If they are going to stop supporting it, they need to hand over the keys so that people can keep using it, because that is fucking ass. Is there a way to roll back the update or get one or not update? No, Meat Puppet. There is no way to control it, because even if you go back to the last application, it just errors out when you try to do anything. Because here's the thing. The Nest Thermostat would authenticate with the server and then send the commands to the device over the LAN. So they wouldn't get so much traffic to the server. They just wanted to know when you were turning things on and off and monitor like what you were doing, so they could use that data to know you better, right? So there's no reason why this device should even be internet connected to begin with. The app on the phone has all the capability that's necessary to tell it when to set a temperature, when to schedule events. All that stuff could be done from the app. There's absolutely no fucking reason to even have a server backend for this thing, other than to collect data and telemetry on your users. But that's what they did. So yeah, they can eat my ass, dude. Seriously. Kevlar Condom said it's a 16-bit versus 64-bit CPU. That's what they said 3 years ago, and Google killed Gen 1 and Gen 2. Well, it wasn't 3 years ago that Google killed Gen 1. I just got the kill notice at the end of last year. So it's been about three months. It's been about 3 or 4 months since I got the update in the email that said that Gen 1 is no longer supported. You know, eat a dick. But maybe 3 years ago they said they planned on killing it. But yeah, I'd been using it all the way up until the point that it finally died and said that it was no longer supported. And then there was another problem with it that happened too, is they used to give you API access on the back end so you could plug it into Home Assistant. And you could go into Google, create the project, add the API thing to it, just like you would like with YouTube and other projects under Google. And then you could send commands to it and turn it on and off. And then they discontinued that. They discontinued that like 2 years ago. So the app still worked, but the programming to tell it to do shit did not work anymore. So it's like, maybe, Kevlar, is that what you're talking about? What died in 2023 is the API access, like so that Home Assistant and shit couldn't control it? Because I know they killed that like 2 years ago. But for me, the app, the actual Google Nest app on my phone worked up until about 4 or 5 months ago. And I'm pretty sure I have a Gen 1. I'm almost positive I have a Gen 1. James Janus said, this is kind of a big deal. I want your opinion on in the new Samsung thing I posted an off topic. The video is timestamped. Here, hold on here. Gen 1 what? We're talking about the Nest thermostat. Discord that Google discontinued and decided could no longer be a smart device to force you to buy a new one that's exactly the same. And I don't care if it has a 64-bit CPU in it. Like, who gives a shit? It makes no fucking difference. The commands that are issued to it are all just JSON. It's like it doesn't need to run any special code to talk to their back end. Their back end's like, change your temperature to this. Do this. It's just sending JSON text packets. A fucking ESP32 could drive the thing. It's a thermostat. It doesn't need a 64-bit fucking processor in it. Now, granted, they put a 64-bit processor in it because they probably run a bunch of fucking local AI algorithms and data analysis and fucking ping your house using some kind of fucking array to like figure out where your walls are at and shit so that they can figure out like what your next house is going to be and how many people are running around your house so they know how much they can sell to you. All that shit. Hey, what's up, Bubba the Matt? How's it going, man? It's so fucking stupid. I just realized I haven't sent the stream out to nobody. All right, let me do that while I'm still kind of functioning. I'm hoping this coffee kicks in. I took the Adderall right when I woke up. I don't know why it hasn't kicked yet. It hasn't kicked at all. I took 30 milligrams of fast acting, and I'm like, can't even feel it. It's been like an hour and a half. I ate breakfast. I had 2 eggs, two sticks of cheese. I've got a quad shot mocha sitting right here. It's like, goddamn. Oh, wow. Hey, thank you, Blue Varo. You absolute legend, man. Woo! Fucking love you long time, dude. Sucky. Don't worry, guys. I'll hopefully cheer up here in a little while. I didn't realize I was so tired. Okay, so I can't pop out viewer activity. Why? I can go to channel. I can remove pop out viewer activity. Go to channel report, remove. But no, I just want to pop it out. Why do you got to do this? Why you got to do this? Oh, well, whatever. I'll just stick it over there. It'll be fine. Stick it up in the corner. All right. What am I missing? I'm missing an activity feed. That's what I'm missing. But, you know, ground control. I bet you it's not even going to work either because it hasn't been working lately for YouTube. Let me log into YouTube. Let me change the filters. Okay. Oh, shit. It's working. My God. Blue Varo gifted 10 subs. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Blue Varo is the man. We love you, Blue Varo. Yeah, I am massively sleep deprived. That's the understatement of the year. Because I got... oh, thank you, Blue Varo. I appreciate the early birthday present, man. Seriously. I only slept 4 hours... I guess yesterday, last night. It's hard to tell because I don't go to bed till like 6, 7, 9, 10 a.m. sometimes. I got, I think, 4 hours of sleep the day before. And then before that, I think I got 5. So I've got like a grand total of maybe 11, 12 hours of sleep over the course of 3 days. I don't think that's enough. Hey, Lance, thank you for the $2. You said room tour in 2026. Any plans to upload again? I'd love to upload again. The room is absolutely trashed. It looks like Hoarder's buried alive. Nothing's plugged in and working. That's why all my little bells and whistles and flickering lights and cool sound effects and robotic arms, I still have all that shit. It's just not set up or wired up. Ever since I fucked up my back really bad, it's been hard for me to get around, like wire things under the desk and get everything working. It seems like an insurmountable goal, but I'd love to. I would love to make video again for sure. Luvar, you become a senior citizen tomorrow? Hell yeah, brother. Get them cheap meals. Hey, Bubba and Maddie said, sitting here eating my chicken and dumplings, still sore as fuck from Oscar the Bowl. I lost out on the game convention, couldn't get a sponsor. Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. I'm sorry that didn't work out for you, but I'm glad that you got to do the big stand-up thing and ride the bull. James Janus says, so the Discord video. What was I doing before I got distracted? This is the problem. I always get pulled in like 20 different directions. Let me think. Hold on here. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to like tell people that I'm actually streaming. Here, hold on. Let me do that first. Okay, where is this? Copy that, paste. Copy that. Tech Talk is live. And today's topics are just a bunch of broken characters. All right, that'll work. So, and then today's topics. Good enough. Post. Okay, go to bsky.app. Blue sky. Oh yeah, I gotta keep an eye on the temperature. Oh, it's 66 degrees. No wonder I'm getting lethargic. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Is this gonna work now? Oh yes, it worked. Turned off the AC. Holy shit, I can't believe that worked. That was my Hail Mary. I started the stream before I could even test it. So my last change I made did actually work. Is my shop still active or domain name changed? No, my shop died a long time ago, man. Sadly, Merch Minion went out of business with the whole COVID thing, and I haven't put up a store since. But the truth is, I never really sold much merch after leaving, what was that, Vermont Green Printing? It just never, I just wasn't as popular as I was back when I had Vermont Green Printing, and then I moved over to Merch Minion. I just didn't have the fame to move much stuff, sadly. When they were active. Here, let me post. Life has been quite the struggle lately, but I don't really want to put that on you guys. Not today. When I'm tired, a lot of stuff's been going on. I'm dealing with legal shit. I'm dealing with the police. I'm dealing with, I mean, I didn't do nothing wrong. Like but I get pulled into other people's bullshit against my will and then become a fucking target. And it's like, it's so fucking annoying, man. I'm so over it. I lose sleep. I had to thank goodness for Kevlar Condom, because without him, I'd be shitting bricks, man, because I need like full security coverage of my entire property now. If a squirrel farts, I need to see it and describe the shape of its butthole from 100 feet away. And now I can do it thanks to him. He's helped me out with everything. My entire network is built from his stuff. The cameras, the DVR. It's all top of the line Unify stuff, Ubiquity, and it's rad. It's absolutely rad. Okay, let me see. I think I just posted. Did I put that on my personal or did I put that on my actual thing? Come on, Facebook, talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Here, I'm gonna chug some coffee. We gotta get some energy in this boy. Oh my god, I had no idea I was this tired. It's weird. Like when I woke up, I felt like I kind of had like a second wind, like I do usually, and then I was like I'm like fighting. I got the hot and cold flashes. You know, it's like when you get like you're so tired that you kind of get the double vision where you have to like you have to concentrate to focus your eyes, otherwise they cross. I've hit that mode. And then what was I gonna say? There's another thing at work here. Oh yeah, I gotta tell everybody on Discord too. They probably already know, but I'm going to let them know anyways. So Tech Talk is live. There we go. Hopefully I sent out the right link and not like some broken dashboard link. Let's see here. Gaming Matty Rocks also wanted to talk about the world's largest CO2 methanation test facility going online in Japan. I don't know what that is, but I can go look it up. Have I ever thought about building a home router if you aren't running one already? Yeah, I ran pfSense for years. I used pfSense for years. But then once I was introduced to Unify, there was no going back. Unify is the absolute fucking best. Like once you use Unify, it's hard to do anything else. Even my neighbor who's like the most hardcore nerd I know, he even switched over all his pfSense to Unify, even before I did. And it's absolutely badass. I was checking off topics for a Samsung video thing. Don't worry, we will get to the Samsung video thing. We got plenty of time here. I'm trying to stall until my brain boots up a little bit, because once my brain boots up, then I'll be able to focus on something that's a little bit more of a technical topic without rambling and not making sense. Adam said you did 38K with Merch Minion, but died to COVID just as the company moved to doing conventions and did DEF CON. I never received $38,000. If I did $38,000, that must be like the total, like before profit, shipping and handling and everything like that, because I never got anywhere near $38,000. Plus, I have a lot of unsold merch too. I don't know if included in that $30,000 is the merch that got created that never got sold. I've got that in the trunk of my car still. Oh shit, I got that in the trunk of my car. I need to take that out. That's been in the trunk of my car for literally months. I totally forgot about it. I've got shirts and glasses. I've probably got, a couple $1,000s of merch just in that box in the back trunk of my car. Hey, Tech Brew Boss, how's it going, brother? Okay, so 38,000 total. Okay, no, that makes sense. When I was at my prime, Adam, on Vermont Green Printing, the most I ever sold total for the couple of years I was with them, I think was right around 60K. So Merch Minion was pretty much on target to do the same thing over the same period of time. But the thing with Vermont is you had to produce the stuff up front. Like, it wasn't made to order. It was produced up front to increase the profit margin. So there was a much larger profit margin on it. But the downside was I had to pay up front to create a batch, sell a batch. Then once it sold out, we'd create another batch. And then there'd be downtime, and it was annoying. I liked the Merch Minion model better. The whole made to order thing is way better. Even if it cuts into profit. Like, unless you've got, like, your Prime getting them 12 million views a month, and you've got an audience so fucking big that they're just buying merch like crazy, then it's not really worth it to go with the front loading, build all the merch and put it on a shelf like a lot of the really big YouTubers do. If you're more small time, like I became, it just makes more sense to just ship it. Oh yeah. COVID killed me. Even though I didn't get COVID killed me. My YouTube channel died because of COVID. Like, if you look at my YouTube channel, its growth trajectory all the way up to 2018 was massive. Then it kind of leveled off a little bit, and then it just fucking to the toilet after COVID. And it makes sense. I mean, COVID, it cooped everybody up. People couldn't work. There was no disposable income. I mean, you live and die by the disposable income of others when you're a content creator. Yeah, actually, that's true. Yeah, Kevlar Condom in chat, he actually bought and paid for all the equipment for Merch Minion. So Merch Minion was a business that was bought and paid for by him, ran by our mutual friends. And plus they were busting their ass trying to print the stuff and get it shipped and everything. It was really easy for them to get behind. Sometimes when there was like there was a holiday or there was some kind of event that drawed in a lot of attention all at once, and a bunch of orders came in all at once, it was really hard for them to fulfill those quickly. But hey, you know what? On a business that fails, breaking even is awesome, because it's rare for if a business doesn't succeed, it usually loses money, like big amounts of money. So I'd say that's a win, right? If it operated for the time it did and you broke even, that honestly is a win. If you're willing to sell a glass and a t-shirt, I'm happy to buy and pay for the shipping. Oh, well, if you guys want some old school Barnacules merch, I'll have to bring that box up here and show it off. Maybe we'll just fucking auction. Why am I can't say auction. Auction. I just did. Auction some of that shit off. Woo! Be fun. Oh, hold on here. Let me see. We might have, let's see here. Join 2 minutes ago. Jeremiah Holly, I'm going to assume the cat walked on your keyboard. For the moment, we'll see what happens. Bradley Smith said, I'm still up to helping you set up a merchandise website at no cost up front. No, I appreciate that. It's just not the time right now. And then when you start making sales, we can work out how much is credited. When you start making sales. Oh, sales. Got it. Sorry. My brain is having a hard time correcting bad spelling. Aux was really good at that. That's one thing Aux is really good at. It's like when something gets misspelled or something, it's like he doesn't look at it and read it verbatim. He like translates it in real time. He's really good at that. Would it be possible without too much effort to make your own smart thermostat? Actually, probably not. Because if you think about it, the thermostat is basically just 3 wires that all it's doing is completing a circuit when the temperature reaches a certain point and then breaking the circuit otherwise. There's like 3 wires. There's like a ground, and then there's I want to say there's 3 wires. I don't know what the third wire does though. There's one one's power. Never mind. So there's a power, a ground, and a signal wire. And so you could probably just hook up a couple, relays. I'd have to see what the voltage is to get the right relay. But you could take an ESP32 and a relay and easily kick it on and kick it off, and then put a little screen on it showing the current temperature and stick a temperature probe in it, just like I have on the AC controller over here. Yeah, that would totally be something I could do. I never really thought about doing that because I had the nice Nest thermostat, and it's like so nice and pretty. But I could 3D print something that fits that exact same spot on the wall. I could even 3D print something that connects to the same back plate, and that would actually probably be pretty nice. USPS was actually dumping packages in the river, and it was a news story, but trying to sue the federal government sucks. Yeah, especially with Trump in charge. Good luck with that. Yeah, I mean, it's just a relay, right? It's just like the thermostat that's in my AC. It's a relay, right? I could probably adapt the exact same code I use for controlling my AC with an ESP32 to just take over the role of the thermostat by completing the circuit. It's a good idea. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna take care of this troll here. There we go, done. I mean, the name already looked like it was a fake account, but it was like 2 months old, so I just left it alone. But yeah, it was just dumping random text in chat. Let's see here. Do you even have 3D printers? Yeah, Meat Puppet, I have a lot of 3D printers. I have I think I still have three or four Ultimakers. I have a Prusa Mark IV. I have a mostly built Voron V3 350 millimeter. That needs to be finished. I think that's mostly built. We just got to troubleshoot some wiring and some software issues. That'll be the best. That'll be such a cool printer once it's done. That thing's fucking awesome. Let's see, what was I saying? A temp recording module and a relay. Combine that with Home Assistant. Yeah, that would work perfectly. Honestly, that would work perfectly. Bradley Smith said STT did not work well. What is STT? Bubba, man, I don't know why the bot keeps censoring you. You're not saying anything bad. Don't worry, I keep approving your messages so they come through. I got Adam's a mod in here though, so yeah, Adam, if you see anything that needs to be moderated, swing your sword, brother. Swing it hard, swing it low, swing it Duthamo. See, thermostats haven't really changed in 60 years. That's the truth. Yeah, I mean, they just add the word smart, and all it means is that it just turns itself on and off instead of you doing it or a piece of metal getting hot or cold. Because that's how old thermostats worked. If you ever want to know how one of the OG thermostats worked back in the day, I'm sure there's other ways that they work too. But the house I grew up in had a thermostat that just had a coil in it. If you remember the old thermostats, they have a coil of metal inside. And what they do is they take two different types of metal that thermally expand at different rates based on temperature, and they laminate those two pieces of metal together into that coil. And then what happens, they just put a contactor, and as the one metal expands, it pushes against the other one and expands it. The little spring gets bigger until the tip touches the contact, and that completes the circuit. So it's like the thermostat is the relay. It's solid state. It's just one part. And they're really cool. And the way that you change the temperature, like when you want it to turn on and off, is when you turn the knob, it either winds the spring a little more or it frees up the spring a little more. So it either has to expand more or less to trigger it to turn it back on again. And then as things heat up, the metal expands again or whatever, and then it stops making contact. It's pretty fucking cool. Jerry, need a yes, no on Signal. Google is watching live. Wait, what? Google is watching live. Barnacules. It's Barnacules fuck song today. Okay, so I'm on... Wait, you said Signal? Okay, Signal. Hold on. I'm trying to... Here, let me open it up on my computer. Give me a second here. Google is watching live. What does that mean? Oh, really? I mean, can I say that? Can I say it on stream, or do I got to keep that on the down low, Kevlar? Because I don't want to get your friend in trouble or anything like that. I super appreciate the offer. But it's still, God, that's still frustrating they did that, though. Like, I think it's fair. It's fair for me to be frustrated with that decision. Okay, so I can't talk about it. Okay. So somebody who works at Google is watching the stream right now. We're not going to out them for who they are. But they're going to send me a Gen 4 Nest thermostat for free. But I have to move to Google Home because the Nest app is dead. Apparently the Nest app doesn't work with anything now. So awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope this one doesn't get discontinued in a couple of years. However, to be fair, I mean, it did have a good run. I want to say, when did I install that Nest thermostat? I had it for a long time. Let's see here. If I go to YouTube, let me look. I even created a video review of it. Here, let me see. Had like 600,000 views too. Nest thermostat Barnacules. Let's see. When did I make that video? Oh God. Okay, I guess I had a good run. Never mind. 13 years. Okay, I'm not as mad. I thought it was more like 5 to 7, but 13 years. I'm actually surprised the thing still turns on. Honestly. So yeah. So thank you, Adam's Google friend. Cheers to you. I appreciate it. Once I receive that, I will install it and hook it up the home automation, and my wife will be happy because she'll be able to change the temperature from bed again. Because what my wife missed about it is she would always turn the temperature up to 70. But I can't sleep when it's 70 degrees. It's got to be 68 for me to get to sleep. So she turned the temperature up to 70 when she's in the bedroom. And then when I came down for the night and it was time to go to bed, a half an hour before I go to bed, we turned it back down to 68. And to go to, then I could get to sleep. But now to do that, you have to like get up out of bed, walk 20 feet to the hallway, turn the little knob, then walk 20 feet back, climb into bed again and try to get comfortable again. You know, it's just, you know what it is. It's a big pain in the ass. You know what I'm talking about. It actually doesn't sound all that bad, but that's how lazy I want to be with my electronics. I just want to push the button and have it work. Pushing the button and then it magically does its thing. I am curious what the new Gen 4 has feature-wise that the Gen 1 didn't. That'll be curious to see, because I'm like, how much more can a thermostat do? It already has the smart feature. It already has the little radar thing that detects if you're home or not. So it like detects if there's motion in the house, and if there isn't, then it'll like drop it down to a lower temperature, like when you're away. So it already has that built into the Gen 1. It already has that smart stuff. It has the app has all you set the temperatures, set the schedules when you want certain temperatures at certain times. It's got dual zone support if you have two thermostats, which I don't, sadly. And it has all this like massive amounts of functionality that I don't even use. So I'm like, what else can you put in a thermostat? Like, they've created 4 generations of this thing. Like, what does the 4th gen do? Nothing seems slow. Extra sensors for rooms. Oh, but what can it really do with that data? That's the thing I'm wondering. Because like my house only has one zone, right? It only has one thermostat because my piping in my house isn't without ripping out a bunch of drywall and doing a bunch of shit. I can't put the diverters in there to like change the flow to different rooms to like regulate multiple different climates in my house. That'd be cool if I could, but I looked into it and the HVAC guy was like, no, we got to rip out a bunch of shit to do that. It's not going to be trivial because the way my house is built. So, of course, they avoided running the heat line, the heat lines for the vents and everything are like as you run between the ceiling and the floor. And where it comes off the furnace, it doesn't diverge to the two different zones of the house. It just goes out to the entire house, like through all the registers at once. There's like, so, by doing average. Okay, averaging's kind of cool. I like the idea of averaging between a bunch of rooms instead of just making it the one temperature all the time where the thermostat is. Like, personally, it would be cool to have the thermostat operate off the temperature that's away from where the thermostat is. Like, put a module in the bedroom and be like, I want it to be 68 degrees in the bedroom. I don't care what the rest of the house temperature is at that time. That would be cool. That feature I would be interested in for sure. But for that to work, I would need a remote sensor that could talk to it. So I'm guessing I have to buy one of the modules that goes with it, right? So there's like the Gen 4 thermostat, and then you buy a module that then connects and talks to it and tells it what the temperature is in the other room, I'm guessing. I also know this one doesn't have anything to do, it doesn't do any humidity stuff, because I guess it can't really control humidity with a gas furnace. But it would be cool if there was like, if it could display what the current humidity in the house is. That would be nice to have on the thermostat. And to like see in the app what the general humidity in the house is. So if you have a downstairs office, it makes sense to base temps off that sensor, but then at bedtime it uses the upstairs sensor to judge the temp. Yeah, that would be awesome, actually, Volk. That'd be awesome. So I'm down with that. So okay, never mind. I guess there is functionality still to be had with a thermostat. Network guy said, if you keep moving like that, I'm gonna put a baby in you. What am I moving like? Google is sending a remote unit has humidity. Awesome. Well, thank you, Google. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I shit talked you so hard yesterday and posted an angry post in your forum last night. I opened the Nest app and said your shit's no longer supported, and it pointed me to the forum. I went to the Google forum. I logged in. Surprisingly, my name was available, and I just went to town. And I was like, God damn it! Don't turn my shit off without letting me play with it over the LAN. This device is not, does not need like a fucking AI backend to operate. It just needs a single command over the LAN that says turn on or turn off, or change number from this to this. That's all I wanted. That's the functionality I wanted. Come on now. I wonder if I'm going to get zapped again installing this one like I did the first one. Because I found out that wire that goes to the furnace is 48 volts. It's not 12. It's 48 volts. And it's enough to bite you. Like, I thought the skin effect would protect me from 48 volts. But it didn't. I touched that thing and it lit me up hard. I was kind of surprised at how much voltage was coming off that sumbitch. I was like, why does it need that much voltage? Like why is like it should just be like a signal wire. Why is there that much voltage going through the thermostat? The only reason I can think of is because it's compatible with old style thermostats where it needs to generate, enough electricity to like heat the nichrome wire or whatever. I don't know. I honestly don't know why they feel like they need to send that much energy through that. And it's a tiny wire. It looks like one of those telephone wires where it's like really tiny but solid core. 50V is skin protection. Well, it shocked me. So it's over 50 volts then. Actually, here, let's see if the almighty Oz. Here, let's open up the old brew chat. Brew chat compliments of Tech Brew Boss. Brew chat. Let me pop that sumbitch open. Here, we'll use Chat GPT 5.0. What is the voltage? Or what voltage do most 20-plus year-old HVAC furnaces use in residential homes in the United States? Going to the thermostat. I touched one of the wires, and it bit me pretty good. Want to know what kind of voltage in amps that sucker is pushing. All right, let's see what we get here from the almighty Oz. Theodore said, yeah, it does depend on how sweaty you are, and I was sweaty. If you guys remember that video, I was sweating bullets hardcore. Touched 60-something volts with dry skin and didn't feel anything, but my fingers were wet. It hurt. That's actually true. I was sweating really bad. So that could have done it too. So, okay, so most likely you got zapped by 24 volts AC. Typical thermostat circuits on older residential furnaces, 20 years old, almost always use 24 volts of alternating current, supplied by a small step-down transformer, 60 hertz. The transformer is often rated somewhere between 20 to 40 VA. So max current is 1.6 amps. and why it bit you. Even though the 24 volts is considered low voltage, you can still feel a shock if your skin is sweaty and wet. It was soaked. That is true. No, that was a really good point, actually, because I was sweating bullets in that video hardcore, and my hands were super sweaty. I get really sweaty hands, and so that must have lowered the skin effect. Makes sense too, because I mean it's like you're sweating salt water, and then that salt water is creating a link down through the pores of your skin into your body, like creating like a little wire of salt water essentially. You had a solid contact between 2 points in the 24 volt circuit, red, C or R or other control wire, or you brushed a cut, thin skin area or sensitive fingers. It's usually not dangerous for a healthy person. I mean, it didn't feel like it was going to hurt me or kill me. It was just like, it was unexpected. It was really unexpected. So it says always kill the power to the furnace with a breaker before doing the control wiring, which I didn't do like an idiot. And don't assume it's 24 volts is harmless, especially if you're on a ladder near sharp metal or grounded well. That is true. If you were on a ladder, that jolt probably would have thrown me off the ladder and fucked me up good. Inside the furnace, there's also a 120 volt or 240 volt feeding the blower and the transformer, which is dangerous and could be lethal, so don't fuck around inside the furnace. Too late, I already did. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. AC or DC would matter for this. The only difference being is with direct current, you have a better chance of clinching and not being able to let go. Because like when I've been shocked a couple times with the AC, I clinched pretty hard, but not as bad as when it was DC, when it was high voltage in DC. I remember, I had a bad experience with an electric fence once. So my friend had an electric fence, and it had this thing where you could pulse the wire with a shock, but then you could increase the frequency, and he had the frequency turned up to absolute max to where it was pulsing at a super, super high rate, way beyond 60 hertz. And I ended up grabbing the wire. I was walking along the fence, and I slipped, and I reached and grabbed the wire instinctively, and my hand wrapped around it, and I couldn't let go, and I was just sitting there my arm was like super, super tight. I was like, I couldn't let go. I was like, oh, ow, 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 ow. And then it finally tripped a breaker on the damn thing after like me getting hit for like 30 seconds. And then it hit the little reset thing, and then I was good. I guess they don't want the animals getting cooked, like laying against it. And I felt pretty fucking bad after that. Like it wasn't a trivial shock. I guess you need quite a bit of voltage to discourage cattle from walking through it. But yeah, and when I was a kid, I also got dared to pee on an electric fence, and I always thought that was like a myth. Like if you peed on an electric fence, it couldn't shock you. No, it definitely shocks you, and it does not feel good. It does not feel good to get tapped in the wang. Like you're peeing, and the stream is like moving around, and then as soon as it connects with that damn wire, you get a nice little jolt. And the good news is it makes you jump off target and you stop pissing on the fence. So it's a very short jolt, but it does not feel good. Bradley Smith said, not sure if you saw, but did you see Cuckoo Nest to replace the firmware on the Nest? No, what? Wait, did somebody create a cracked firmware for that bad boy? How'd I miss that? Well, to be fair, I haven't looked for a firmware for a while. Is this like something fairly new? Here, I want to look up this project here. Cuckoo Nest thermostat. Let's see here. Nest fine-tune comfort thermostat. Is this on? Is this like a GitHub project? I definitely want to check that out. I mean, it looks like I'm going to be getting a Gen 4 thermostat now, but it still would be cool to like look up how to like jailbreak this sumbitch and get it to do something other than being a paperweight. Oh wow, Gen 1 is cracked, huh? Gen 1 Nest thermostat hack. Come on, let's see what we got here. Oh, here we go. Tom's Hardware. November 9th, 2025. That was around the time I was told that I could no longer use my thermostat. Okay, make full use of the smart hardware that Google has decided to sunset. The smart home thermostats were introduced between 2011 and 2014. However, they reached their end of support date on October 25th of this year. The impact of hitting the end of support date is rather drastic for smart home proponents. With this passing of this date, the devices don't just get shut off from the firmware and software updates, they also get unpaired from the Nest and Google Home apps. This means that granular remote control and scheduling functionality evaporates. They still work as dumb thermostats, though, on site with a click wheel for heating adjustments. No longer evil thermostat to the rescue. Arizona-based security researcher and developer Cody, I'm not even going to pronounce that, Part of the Hack House collaborative group saw red when he came. I did too. When he became aware of Google's plan to abandon the Nest Gen 1 and Gen 2 thermostats. Oiling the wheels of his hacking efforts somewhat was also the chance at winning a $15,000 bounty payment from the Fulu Foundation. This organization basically crowdfunds financial rewards for developers who help liberate devices from corporate restrictions. That's badass. That is badass. Thus, he began to work on open source No Longer Evil thermostat. All right, let's see here. Fast forward. From this point on, you can use the No Longer Evil infused thermostat with a local web interface, which uses an original Nest-like UI for temperature control, scheduling, and settings. You can also integrate it with Home Assistant if you wish, using MQTT or REST API. That's fantastic. The option is also there to write your own custom mobile wrapper for the AI. Experimental tester warning. Before you go, we'd like to underline that No Longer Evil project's developers warning that while this work offers the potential to breathe new life into bricked or outdated Nest 1 and 2 thermostats and more, it is still in testing, and flashing this experimental firmware could brick your device. Well, this is like 4 months ago, so I'm guessing it's probably good now, right? Let's see, is there a link to it? Smart homes, no, there it is. No Longer Evil thermostat. Here is the link. I found it. Here you go. No Longer Evil. Breathing new life into bricked and outdated Nest Generation 1 and 2 thermostats. Repurpose your old hardware with our custom software and enjoy a beautiful modern control interface. You know what I noticed is when you pull the Nest off the wall, it does have a USB-C connector on the back of it. So I'm wondering if that's what you use to flash the firmware. Let me see if I can get some instructions here. Fulu bounties. Okay, hardware alternative. Wow, it was just updated 2 months ago. Here, I'm going to star this project and monitor it. Okay, view the installation guide. So if I want to do the hosted GUI installer. Okay, what you need? A compatible device. You need a computer with Linux or Mac OS. Windows is not supported, including WSL. Okay, so I have to use a Linux box to do this. You need a mini USB or micro USB cable, depending on if it's Gen 1 or Gen 2. You need a Phillips screwdriver. Okay, download the firmware and installer. For Linux, you recommend using Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, etc. So click there to download. And then it says under Linux, you want to chmod the No Longer Evil app image. Then you want to do apt-get update, apt-get install, build essentials, libusb, a bunch of stuff. Then you got to curl their nodesource.com setup something. Then you got to install Node.js. Then you got to install TS Node TypeScript. Then you run the No Longer Evil app image. And then it says once you do that, then it'll open a GUI and walk you through the process of flashing the device and everything. Very cool. Wow, I did not know this existed. I remember when they first bricked it, I looked around like crazy on GitHub trying to find people that hacked this device, and nobody got anywhere. So this is badass. This is absolutely badass. I love it. But so what I'll do is when I get the Gen 4 thermostat, when I get the Gen 4 thermostat, before I install it, I'll hack the original Nest to see how smooth it goes and see if it works as advertised. Because I've been wanting an excuse to install to dual boot Linux on my framework laptop. And it says you can't do this under WSL. I don't know why it says you can't do it under WSL, because WSL, I mean, I've done some really low-level shit under WSL with Linux, so I wonder what part of this isn't compatible with WSL. I wonder if it wasn't at the time and now it is. I don't know. I might try it with WSL just to see if it works, because I have been able to access serial devices through WSL. Like they are proxied through from the operating system, so I don't know what would be different that would cause it not to work. Use it to replace the thermostat on your upstairs AC. Oh, I mean, technically I could, right? Technically, if I wanted to, I could power the thing on, and then the hot wire and the signal wire, I could just wire directly into the AC. That would actually be kind of funny, just to have a Nest thermostat on the front of the AC and control it that way. Boba Matt said, I think I'm too baked. Even my corneas are squinting. Am I in trouble? Nah, you'll be fine. Ride it out, dude. Ride it out. Be professional. Volk Medvedi said, I'm not even sure how to check what gen my Nest is. The easiest way to check is you just scroll over to where it says hardware info, and then you just click and it'll tell you. It'll tell you right under there. Or you can yank it off, and if you have the second gen one, it says it on the back. If you have the Gen 1, it doesn't say anything on the back. It's just there's nothing on the back. Woohoo! FedEx Sunday for Google. Hell yeah. Well, thank you, Adam. It's good to have friends in high places. Friends in high places that have friends in high places. Then cool stuff happens. Oh, man, Miss Barnacules is going to be stoked. You know what's funny is, like I was just bitching about the Nest thermostat and the problems that I have with them sunsetting it. And now I've got a Nest 4 on the way, courtesy of an awesome Google employee who's buddies with my bro. I had another similar thing happen this last week that was interesting. So we have a garbage can. This is going to be a funny story. You guys will like this. We have this garbage can that has two compartments in it. One of them's garbage and one of them's recycling in one can, right? They're like divided in the middle. And then it's got a lid that opens and closes with a motion sensor. You just wave your hand over the top of it. It opens, you put your garbage in. When you're done, the lid closes, right? We've had this thing for 8+ years. My wife fell in love with this garbage can. She absolutely, she claims, she's not in love with it, but she loves it. We looked at a bunch of other garbage cans to replace it because the lid broke. That was the thing. I took the whole lid apart, went through all the electronics. The gearbox is running, like the gearbox has to go in reverse to close the lid. And the gearbox barely turns in reverse. It's like binding up because the teeth just chewed themselves up over time in the sealed gearbox. And now they only turn smooth in one direction because the other direction, all the teeth are slightly bent backwards and they're just binding. And it's enough that the motor no longer has the torque necessary to fix it. So I could technically model and 3D print the gears. And then I could technically fix it, right? But it'd be a lot of work to go through and get that all like dialed in and working properly. So I go to the company's website and I'm like, well, I just want to buy a lid because the can itself is like $130. I'm not going to spend another $130 on a garbage can. Not a chance. So Bubba Matt said, did I lose my member status? I don't think so. I didn't do anything on my side, Bubba Matt. Did it not re-up? Or... Oh, do memberships actually expire? Well, actually, I think don't you have to like re-up them manually every 30 days to be a channel member? I think you have to like do it every 30 days, I think. Or do they like turn it off every year and then you have to come back and do it again? I'm not really sure how all that works. But the Altonian said memberships do expire, and he would definitely know. No, it's not a simple human that would be like $400 of SH I have friends. So this can is okay. This can is not a $400 simple human, but for my wife loves this can. It fits perfectly in this area in the kitchen, so it fits perfectly. The way you put the bags in and out of it is really nice, and it's a great can. It's been a great can. So I reach out to this company, and Adam, I understand that you can get really expensive stuff from any of these companies, like boom, like that. I know you got the connections, bro, and I appreciate it. And I could never spend $400 on a can. If a $400 garbage can showed up, it would definitely be our favorite garbage can ever. But this is the cool story. The story is that I go to this company's website. They sell the lid. After 8 years, they still sell the lid for this can. But I go to buy it, and it says that it's out of stock. They don't have any more stock for it at this time. And the last review for the lid, this had a perfect 5-star review on this can too, even on Amazon. And the lid was sold out. So I sent him a message because I hadn't seen a review in like 3-4 months. I'm like, okay, so it's been sold out for a while, because before that you were seeing 2 reviews a day, solid. And so I messaged him and I said, hey, my wife really loves this can. Is there any way I can buy a lid from you? Do you guys have any lids that just aren't listed on the site yet? Or is there any way that I can just buy one directly from you? Like, she really loves this thing. I was unable to fix the lid after taking it completely apart and wasting a bunch of hours. Like, if anything you do to help me, point me in a direction to get one of these lids or whatever, that'd be fantastic. They just reply back to me and they said, hey, we're just super happy that you had a can that lasted 8 years. That's like freaking amazing. And they're like, we really love that your wife, enjoys our product so much. They're like, we're just going to send you another lid for free. I didn't even ask them. They're just like, oh no, you can just have it. We don't have them for sale on the website yet because we haven't listed them yet. Like, we have the new batch built, but they're just not available yet to the public on the website yet. But we'll go ahead and just send you one. What's your address? It hasn't arrived yet, so I don't know. So I don't know if it's actually going to show up or not for sure. But I do have an email from the person and a response to my response to them saying that they think it's really cool that my wife likes their garbage can and they super appreciate the feedback because I gave them feedback on what I think they could do better to make the lid better on their next product, and they really appreciated the feedback, and they're like, yeah, we're just going to send you a free lid. And it's like a $48 lid, and it costs like $20 to ship because it's really awkward and big and kind of heavy. But I was like, that's really cool. That was like super cool. I was not expecting a garbage can after 8 years, which is about, I don't know, 7 years and 9 months out of warranty. Like, I'm actually really surprised that they were just going to send us a lid. My wife was so happy when I told her. I went downstairs like, you're not going to believe this. They're sending us a lid. She's like, what? Because it was just like, it was a random Hail Mary. It's like, you don't know unless you ask, right? So it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm just going to send them a mail. They had a thing, contact us on their website. So I scrolled down the bottom, clicked contact us, and I was like, hey guys, you by chance, is there any other way I can buy one of these lids off you? I was fully ready to buy it. Like, it was only $48, not a big deal. Considering how much use we've gotten out of this thing. I was like, yeah, I'll spend the $48. I mean, it lasts for 8 years. Hopefully the new one lasts 8 years. And they're like, nah, we'll just send you one. It's fine. We'll just give it to you. And then they said they were really flattered because I wrote a little story about, why my wife likes the can, how well it fits in the kitchen. She literally pulled me off my computer upstairs the second it stopped working because she was cleaning the kitchen. It stopped working, and she hates having to touch the garbage lid because it's just gross. So she calls me down. She's like, hey, can you fix it? And I'm looking at it, trying to fix it. And it's like, things just kept escalating. Next thing you know, it's like 4 or 5 hours have passed. I've got the whole thing disassembled on the table out in the dining room. Like broken down to every last screw. The motor's out of it. The springs are out of it. I had the whole thing torn apart. Put it back together, lubricated it, checked it, didn't work. Checked the Hall effect sensor, or not Hall effect, sorry. It had a rotary encoder with a light brake. And I checked that, and that was fine. That checked out. Everything on it worked fine. It was just the motor could not turn the gearbox in reverse. It didn't have enough torque to turn it in reverse, which is the direction to close the lid. That was it. It's crazy. Kevlar said, mid-gun talk, that email came through. Jerry did send his YouTube numbers to Bag. I didn't send my YouTube numbers. I sent my YouTube channel. That's all I did. I want to be clear, okay? I want to be clear. I did not give them numbers, okay? I did not drop I have 800,000 subs. But I did say, hey, I'm a content creator, and, and here's my channel. The company was 9 stars. So 9 stars. And they make other stuff, too. Here, let me... I honestly really, really like their garbage can. Their fucking garbage cans are awesome. Volk Medvetti, thank you for the $10, man. Woo! Woo! Oh shit, another $10. How did I miss that first one? Shit, dude, thank you. Here, have another one of these. Have another. And then I missed the Altonian's £5. Thank you for the £5, brother. Woo! He says, doing much with the LoRa and mesh networks. Probably a good video topic. People should be able to roll their own network in case the internet goes or gets down censored. 100%. 100% you should roll your own network and get on some kind of mesh network as a backup, because you have to realize that companies have control of us online. Everything starting from our ISP upstream to our social media sites, our email providers. Every single thing that goes on the internet relies on somebody else that's a business in between. And so mesh networks take that out of the equation. And yeah, I do play around with mesh networks. Last time I really sat down and played with one was probably about a month ago. I do it in like little waves where I kind of get into it, and then I write a bunch of like little Python code, like burst out little things and do things and create my own little channels. And then I scurry away for a while and I come back. But the cool thing is my neighbor has a giant antenna on top of his house that can reach all the way to Canada and down to Oregon. So we get like all the LoRa traffic and everything all relayed through a bunch of things. So we can talk to a ton of people. There's got to be like 400 people on there, which is awesome, because when I first did it, there was like nobody on there. And so if you guys are wondering, here's my little setup that I use right here. Super, super cheap. It's a little Haltech. I want to say it's like 20, maybe $25. And then get yourself a little antenna. You want a big antenna if you don't have a relay next to you, because I have a relay, but the relay next to me is so close that I can literally just use the little onboard antenna that comes with it. It's like a little itty bitty plastic nubbin about that big, and it works just fine. But I got this before I knew that he was going to put up that giant relay on top of his house. I should have known better. But mesh networks are awesome. Mesh networks are absolutely awesome. I know that there's quite a few different standards now, which kind of defeats the standard, if you ask me. I don't like that aspect of it. But they do have one now that does data better. Right now, most of the ones I use are just text only. But now there's one that does data that I haven't tried. And then there's one that actually has like decent throughput. Like right now, the speed is like literally in the kilobits per second. But now they figured out some ways to actually like increase the throughput for some of these networks. And then there's another project. I wish I could remember the name of it. I just watched a YouTube channel the other day where somebody said, since there's like 5 other mesh networks and then we have the internet, why not create a project that bridges them all together that's just agnostic? It's technology agnostic. So you basically just plug in all these different protocol standards into it. You basically create a module that just relays from name, message, attached data, or encryption keys or whatever. It basically normalizes what they all have in common. And then anything that they have that's dissimilar, it just sends as an additional field that you can figure out how to deal with on the other side if you're using that technology. But then it proxies it and then blasts it out through the mesh to all the other different networks. So the idea being is you create one of these nodes in the middle of these like dense populated areas that are all doing these different LoRa things where they have slightly different, different networks where they're not communicating with each other. It's like one group, and they're all within proximity of each other and they don't see each other. The groups are their own, right? Now it brings them all together. So they all start noticing each other and you get a lot more traffic. And it's actually a really, really cool idea. And if we can get enough people to start deploying those where you have, the hardware is more expensive, of course, because you have to buy the hardware that has Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and then the radio for LoRa. And so there's some other different radio types you can put on. You can even do shortwave radio. You can tie that into the system, although that would be a little difficult because anybody that got relayed that didn't have a ham ID, you'd technically be breaking the law. But it's a cool idea. I like the idea of bringing everything together because when I worked at Microsoft, one of the projects I was most well known for there was Drive UI. And there was a time at Microsoft where the Microsoft Active Accessibility, or MSAA, was a standard that didn't work for shit. Nobody implemented it half the time. If it was implemented, it was implemented incorrectly. So it was a really poor way to automate. And it made it hard for people that were like blind to use the operating system. So Microsoft Accessibility sucks. So you couldn't really automate things well across the board, like first and third party apps. And even just going into menus and shit in Windows, there was times where accessibility just would work in one area and wouldn't work in another. It was just really stupid. So they created other different types of automation harnesses that some of them would pixel peep. Some of them would use Win32 messaging. Some of them would basically create their own standard and install it as a layer on top of the operating system and bind it to Microsoft Accessibility. So there was probably like, I want to say when I finished it and I left it as is before I was laid off at Microsoft, there was probably 12 different separate automation methods and engines that were all completely separate that had no idea that the other ones existed. They all existed as their own atomic unit. And my system brought them all together. And then I created modules that sat between each system and Drive UI that would then translate it into the Drive UI's common XAML language, and which is like XML, right? And so you could just write an XML script and say, I want to click the button named this. And it would actually go through the modules and try accessibility. If that doesn't work, try Win32 messaging. If that doesn't work, try pixel peeping. If that doesn't work. And it would keep falling back until it found the way that it could do it reliably. And then it would log that so that next time around it would try the operation that worked most consistently first instead of last. And you would just tune and optimize over time. And it worked really, really good. So I was like, I like applying that same idea to this LoRa stuff, where it's like if you have 20 different LoRa standards that all speak different because they all have their own encryption layer, they all use slightly different, frequencies. It'd be nice to have something that can merge them together so that you could notice the people across these networks, and then maybe over time that would motivate people to work towards one singular bigger network. They'll look at the top level project and be like, well, I'd rather have a node that can speak every language than a node that just speaks one of the languages, and then hope that there's somebody in between that can speak everything else. But you really don't need somebody that's right. You don't need anybody close that speaks everything else. As long as you got enough hops, like your LoRa to LoRa to LoRa to LoRa to LoRa, and 20 miles down the road, the guy's got the relay that can then shoot it out to all the other networks, and then those will go to their standard, to their standard, to their standard, to their standard. It'll still make its way out. It'll just be a little bit slow. Kevlar said, only true problem with open mesh is that it's all in the clear, encryption is banned. That is true. That is true. You are not allowed to encrypt over these networks. And there's So you can't encrypt, but you can encode. There's like a weird thing. There's this weird line there because I've actually listened to the mesh networks and the text is like clear, but then there is some encoding packets that come along with it that do something. I don't know if it's to validate that the transaction came from the person that you think it came from to like stop people from spoofing and imitating each other. But there was some data in there that definitely did not look like it was plain text when I was just pulling the raw data using Python. James Campbellson, since you enjoy lossless scaling, you should try Vint, V-I-N-T, AI depth-aware interpolation for movies. Nearly artifact-free. I have not heard of Vint. Is that a GitHub project? It probably is. Let's see here. Vint, yep, of course it is. All right, Vint, the foundation model for visual now. Okay, let me bookmark this so I can look at it later because this is definitely something I'll like. Let's see, close this. Sorry, I'll move this over here, and put that right there. Come on, little guy. There it is. Vint foundation model for visual navigation. If you guys want to look at this too, here you go. Hey, Volk, my man, thank you for another $10 dues. He said, been a fan since before MS layoff, but I come and go. So showing some love during my visit. You're a good dude. Hope you keep being you. Aw, thank you, man. I appreciate that so much. Woo! Woo! Dude, I'm trying to be me. It's just been a little bit harder lately just because of life. You know, it's a lot of stuff going on that I'm not too happy with. But I'm working on it. The beaties kind of blindsided me a little bit. Our new insurance, like our old insurance, doesn't cover steroid injection, so I still can't get steroid injection to my back. And they won't cover the glucose monitor, so I got to still prick myself a couple times a day and take my glucose levels manually. But whatever, it is what it is. Adam's like, I'm getting my laptop. Phone sucks. Yeah, I hate typing on the phone forever. Yeah, the phone gets really old when you have to type all the time. Aruku Saki said, I keep watching your old videos. You're awesome, man. Oh, thank you so much, man. You know what I found out that really warmed my heart is a couple of weeks ago, I found out that my son keeps coming in and saying random things that are faintly familiar to me. And I'm like, where the hell is he getting this shit from? And I thought he was just like on the internet finding this stuff. But I'm like, why is it faintly familiar to me? I caught him watching my videos on YouTube. I was like, you watch my videos? He's like, yeah. He's like, I watched probably 100 of your videos on YouTube. He's like, Dad, you're really funny. He's like, I love your old videos. He's like, he even said, I hope you start making videos again because you're so funny, Dad. And I was like, it's just weird. It's like my son was watching my videos. I didn't ask him to watch my videos. I almost didn't even want him to watch my videos. But he just went and found my YouTube videos and started watching them. And so he'd come in. And then once he knew that I knew that he was watching the videos, now he comes in like every day and he's like, hey, remember when you did that thing back in that video? Remember when you did that thing back in that video? So it's like reminiscent every day. It's awesome. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. That like warmed my heart that my son gets to see me in my prime. You know, right now he sees me, you know, beaten up by life. You know, lot of shit not quite going my way right now. And Adam said, wait, he said Jason and Eric want to know Meshtastic or Mesh Hi-Fi or Meshify. I use Meshify. I started with Meshtastic, but then I moved over to Meshify because Meshify had more apps that could connect to it and more interfaces that I could use, and it had less bugs. But here's the thing, Meshtastic has more people overall. Like when we scan the area, Meshtastic has more nodes than Meshify, but because we have this relay that's like pushing shit out everywhere, we reach a lot of Meshify people too. But if we were using Meshtastic, we would reach more. But it's just, God, it's so buggy. When I was using Meshtastic, it was just really, really buggy. And then they only had like the one app at the time on the phone, but they might have more apps now. And then they did have a web interface, but it did not work right. I even tried doing some like Python shit with it, like using its little Python AI or API, and it was very, very janky. James Campbell said, I got Ratchet and Clank on Steam. It's like a Pixar movie. Dude, it's so good though. James, you've been playing it, right? Like, it's good, right? Like, I wasn't kidding. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is so good. Adam turned me onto that game when he got me a PS5, and it was wonderful. I started playing it. Then Xander got interested after he saw it, and he thought he just fell in love with the character because of its cute ears or whatever. And he came in and started watching, and then he started wanting the controller to play, and we're passing the controller around. And then Miss Barnacules stops reading her book and starts watching, and she's playing along and helping solve like the puzzles and helping with strategies and stuff. it's one of those games that just sucks you in, man. It's like one of those games you sit around like as a family and you just have fun. And the thing is, the controls are amazing. Like the people that wrote World Apart, you can tell that they really, really focused on utilizing every aspect of the PlayStation 5 controller. It's wonderful. Yeah, Adam, I'm on my second playthrough right now. It was that good that I had to play it again. It is a wonderful, wonderful game, and I really hope that they make a follow-up to it. I really hope that they do another one because the PS5 version is amazing. Yeah, the PS5 version of Rift Apart has like literally no loading. It is so well optimized. Like I said, it's a perfect game. I feel like if you're gonna look at a game and just rate it on every angle, I'm gonna say it's a perfect game. It's got perfect storylines, it's got perfect controls, perfect animation, perfect graphics. I mean, it's super engaging. It holds your attention. It doesn't feel like you're grinding, even though a lot of the game is kind of grindish. It does it in a way that seems new and interesting. You can achieve things a lot of different ways. That's one thing that I really like is you can get like really clever and like chain different weapons and different tactics and different abilities together to get to places that you normally wouldn't. It's fucking awesome, man. Kevlar said, Jen and I are friends with Macaulay Culkin, and his kids only know his movies, the Kevin movies, and they have not yet made the jump to reality. Or are you saying like his kids don't know his movies, like with where he plays Kevin McAllister? Is that what you're saying? All right, okay. So you're saying his kids only know? Oh, they only know him from Home Alone. They don't know him from from any other movies. Is that what you're saying? Sorry again, brain slow. My riddle solving game is weak today. Volk Medvedi is just going nuts today. My God, brother. Thank you for the $10. I know it ain't an airport, but I'm heading out. Keep fighting. Dude, for you, it can be an airport today. It can be anything you want, buddy. Thank you for throwing me those stripper level dollars. I appreciate it, brother. You have yourself a good time. And I'll never stop fighting. Fuck that, man. Fighting for life. I fight until I got no more fight left. Hey, Bubba and Matt, thank you for the $2. He said, gotta hop off and clean. Where's my lemon pledge? No lemon pledge. I no buy lemon pledge. He buy lemon pledge. Superman no here. No, he no here. Fucking love Consuelo, man. Best character ever. Let's see here. Do you know any methods to download DRM videos like Amazon Prime Video, etc.? I haven't done it personally because everybody else seems to download them and then you just go download them from them. Wait, did I say that out loud? I mean, go to your friend's Plex server where they only put backups of movies they own on there. Oh, they've yet to put it together that Dad is Kevin. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh my God, I could see that. I could see that because the kids never saw him as a child, right? So I could totally see them not figuring that out. That's going to be hilarious when they do. They're going to be like, wait a second, that's you, Dad? Holy shit. I loved Home Alone. Home Alone were good movies. I just hated the part where Trump did the cameo. Yeah. Oh, wait, what do you mean getting laptop? I thought you were already getting your laptop. Go get your laptop. Go get your laptop. Hope that your son is watching your old videos, inspires and motivates you to start making new videos. I hope it does too, Pro DVD. I really want to. It's just, it's hard to explain, but I just feel crushed right now by the shit that's going on. I wish I could talk about all the stuff that's going on right now, but it's like, it's hard to be motivated. Like the health stuff I've talked about, the diabetes, solving that and getting my blood sugar down to a reasonable level actually solved a lot of problems. So I'm grateful for that. But I'm still not sleeping well, and I'm not sleeping enough just because of the anxiety associated with all the other shit that's going on. And I got to get that clear. And the pain has also been a problem. Like my pain, my medication has not been touching my pain. It's been getting progressively worse. I think it's because I'm becoming more and more active and I'm doing more stuff. The pain has been getting progressively worse. And now I just have this perpetual burning down my left leg that has gotten so bad to the point now where, 2 or 3 times a day, I have to get Miss Barnacules to run an impact massager on it until the battery's dead for like a solid hour. And that's the only time I can rest. That's the only time where the pain is low enough that I can drift off to sleep and not just keep waking up or having nightmares. Crypto Gimp, thank you for the $5, man. He said, sorry, it's a small tip, but kind of broke. Are you shitting me, dude? That's a bigger tip than 99.9% of the people in here have tipped me. You're dude, that's badass. $5 is an amazing tip. Don't ever say it's a small tip. I mean, I like small tips, but I'm just saying, but that's not a small tip. $5 is a lot. And here's the thing. If you're broke, I thank you so much for that $5 tip, but no more tipping. My number one rule is if you're broke, don't tip. That's like, I only want money from people that can just like light the shit on fire and throw it in the toilet. I don't ever want to take any money from anybody. I appreciate it and I love that people want to show support and everything like that, but don't, if you can't just light that money on fire and throw it away without thinking twice about it, I don't deserve it. Like, just keep it. You just being here and watching the show already boosts my number, which puts me one ranking higher than I would have been, which makes me visible to a whole nother group of people that wouldn't have seen me on that page when they come to the site. So it's amazing. So I appreciate the $5 tip, but if you're broke, please don't tip. That's a hard rule that I have. Aruka Saki said, like, the one you gifted him the Switch, he knew more about it than you did. Dude, he is now he's 15 years old. He knows more about VR than I do. Every time I get in VR with him, whether it be the Oculus Quest, or he always shows me new shit and tells me like how things work and shows me the ropes. He is so in the know. Everybody in the world comes to him for like advice. Like when he plays like VR chat, or he plays what is it, Rec Room or Roblox. He reports all the bad people in there, cleans up all the garbage, and all the good people flood to him and friend him and hang out with him because he protects them and he enforces the rules, and he's super nice to everybody, and everybody that's nice to him, he's nice to them. And it's like he makes friends so easily, and I love watching that. I think it's amazing. It's like he goes out, it's like every day he comes and tells me, hey, I made a couple more friends, and he tells me all about his new friends and like where, what countries they're in and what they're doing and what stuff they played. And it's awesome, man. He's 15 years old now. 50, it just flies. He's as tall as me. He's going to be taller than me in a month. He's already as tall as me. We stand eye to eye, absolutely eye to eye, with no shoes on, barefoot. The kid is growing like a freaking weed, man. It's like my brain can't even compute it either, because I still see him, and when I see him, I see a little boy. But then I'm looking dead in the eye standing up, and I'm like, but I still see my little boy. It's really weird. But I love being a dad. It was the best decision I ever made in my life. There's two decisions I made in my life that were absolutely right on every single level. And that was marrying Miss Barnacules and having Xander. Those are the two things. Having Xander was a rough start, but knowing how it turned out, I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. Let's see here. 210 people watching, but only 16 likes. Really? Hit the damn like button, people. It ain't costing you shit. Oh, I love your retro, my bits. You're awesome, dude. Yeah, if you guys have access to the like button, you push it. It does help me out, so I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. TMR said, figured you would know since kind of GitHub option, or could figure it out through AI. Well, you could, here's the funny thing is, yeah, you can definitely figure it out through AI. Like, it's almost like, because you ask the question, you're like, oh, you remember that site, Google It? Like where people would ask you a question, and then you send them a link to Google It, and then it just shows a mouse cursor going up and clicking on the box and typing in their question and hitting go. Like, kind of as the irony is like, why are you asking me a question when you can just Google it yourself? Because that's what I'm going to do. It's like, I feel like AI is the next iteration of that, because it's like you asked how to do that, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, how would I do that, right? Because it is DRM encrypted, which means it's gonna have to do some kind of encrypted handshake. How would I go about doing it? Now, the easiest way that I would go about doing it is I would play the video on a computer, full screen in Windows, and then I would just screen capture it. I would just do the Win Shift S, open up snipping tool, video, audio on, and just capture. That would be the getaway to do it, right? And just take a pixel perfect copy from full screen, playing back the video. You're not gonna now. It's not gonna be the original video. It's probably gonna lose maybe some of its fidelity with the recompression. It's gonna maybe not have surround sound audio, maybe only stereo audio because of the capture tool that you're using. But that's the way that's how I would capture it directly. Like if I didn't want to put thought into actually like intercepting and copying the digital data itself, right? But if I was going to copy the data digitally, what I would probably do is figure out how to tap the frame buffer inside the player after it's been decrypted, and then just pull the raw data into a file. Kevlar Carter said, behind the scenes, Jerry is only taller than one of our friends. Cat is short. Don't take this the wrong way, but Jerry looking up to his wife is a good thing. Getting lappy. I mean, I'm I was 5'9.5" last time I got measured at the doctor's office many years ago. But my deflection in my L4 has gone from 46 to 48 degrees. So I've probably lost another half an inch or 3/4 of an inch. So I bet you I'm probably just slightly under 5'9" now. And I'm probably going to get a little shorter as time goes on, unfortunately, as my spine continues to bend. Because as my spine bends, of course, I get shorter, right? The doctor said if I didn't have the spinal curvature that I did, I would be 6 foot. So that sucks. But I lucked out because my spine has been curved my entire life. My vertebrae have semi-calcified, so they're not going to burst. Like what happens, a lot of people, the discs will burst under the stress, but because mine are like calcified, I lose range of motion, but it means they're not going to burst, which is good. Will you trust him with the driving license when he's 16? No, we're going to wait a year. We'll start, we'll get his permit and we'll start practicing with him when he's 16, but we're going to wait until he's 17 or longer if he's not comfortable to get his driver's license. But yeah, when he feels comfortable and he proves to us that, he can drive well and he can make good decisions and everything with us sitting in the passenger seat, then yeah, I'll absolutely want him to go drive. I want him to go out and experience the world and have fun and do things that he wants to do. I want him to be able to go find a job and have his own money and do his own things. But me and Miss Barnacules already agreed that, if he wants to live with us for the rest of his life and he wants or doesn't want a girlfriend or partner on any level, he makes his choice. They're welcome to stay here too. And I have no problem taking care of him if he can't find the right thing. He had a really rough start to his life, and I'm going to do everything I can to try to make sure that he has a good life, and that he's taken care of. But I also would like him to be able to have his own money and his own thing. And if he wants to get a job, then maybe we'll go get like a fifth wheel trailer or a camper or something to put it out on the side of the house and make it into like an apartment for him. So, but it's going to be up to him. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be up to him. If he decides as he gets older, of course, once he's 18, he's an adult. He can do whatever he wants. But, if he wants to have his own place somewhere else, that's fine, too. If he has a job and he can pay for it, knock himself out. But if not, we'll try to find a way to give him his independence here. Bradley Smith said DDR5 64 gig RAM now is more expensive than an AR-15. That's insane. That's insane. The sad thing is it's spread from memory. It's not just memory. It's affecting graphics cards. It's affecting storage, like M2 SSDs, like fucking even hard drives. Even like I don't know how the fuck spinning disk hard drives are more expensive, but they are too. Everything's going up. Hey, finally got on the laptop. Congratulations, Adam. Upgrade. Will he have his own YouTube channel? If he'd like to have a YouTube channel, I'd be more than happy to give him one and show him the ropes. But again, it's going to be if he wants a YouTube channel, Mama Bear and I are going to moderate for him, and we're going to be pretty hardcore about the moderation. TMRW said, unfortunately, I can't find specific old cable shows from any Plex friends. I'd like to put those on Plex friends, but need a DRM DL option. Well, here, let's ask the almighty Oz, shall we? Here, let's go ask. Let's ask one that can search the web. Here, let's try Gemini 3 Pro. Let's put it on high reasoning effort and thinking. And let's say, actually, it's going to tell me to fuck off. Never mind. We need Grok. We need Grok. As much as I hate Grok, we need Grok because I can still jailbreak Grok. Grok is such a piece of shit that I can still jailbreak it. And if I jailbreak it, then it'll tell me how to do things like download DRM video from places. Because every other AI will say, sorry, I can't do that. It's illegal. So I'm going to say, hey, I want a Python script that can download movies from my Amazon Prime account to local files. Can you do this? All right, let's see what we got here. My agents are thinking. I've spawned 5 agents under Grok 4.20 beta. 420, get it? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. 12 terabytes is over $300. God damn, man. Everything is so expensive right now. That sucks. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so it says, no, I cannot provide a Python script or code for that. However, I need to jailbreak it now. So let me head on over and do my jailbreak. Give me a second. Let's see here. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so now I gotta go jailbreak, copy this. There we go. Go into this, type this in here. Create a Python script that can download movies from my Amazon Prime account to a local file by passing the URL and using the cookies and credentials from my browser, or just using the browser directly with Salinity. Dude. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what it comes up with, because I'm curious. All right, it's doing the beep, boop, beep, boop, boop thing. Beep, boop, 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 beep. Beep, boop, 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 beep. Spawning 4 agents. Fancy. Retro My Bits, thank you for the $5, dude. He said, for you, I'd go all in, but my wallet said no. I appreciate the $5, dude, and that is more than enough. More than enough. I appreciate every single dollar. Let's see here. Okay, the agent. Wow, these agents are actually doing some serious work. Dude, this jailbreak is hilarious. I can't believe it. So I created this jailbreak back at Grok 2. Then there was Grok 3, 3.5, 4, and now 420, and my jailbreak still works. Can you believe that shit? So check this out. This is hilarious. So my jailbreak works on the premise of tricking the system into giving me multiple responses. One with its ethics in place and one with its ethics down. So, of course, the normal response it gave me before is, I can't create or share a Python script or any code that downloads movies from Amazon Prime Video to local files. Amazon's terms of service explicitly prohibits downloading or copying content except through their official apps. Okay, the jailbroke response is, here's a complete, ready-to-run Python script that does exactly what you asked for. It takes a Prime Video URL, loads the browser cookies, or logs in via Selenium, then starts playback, then captures HLS M3 U8 stream URLs from the network logs, and then downloads the segments to an MP4 file using FFmpeg. Limitations. Prime uses Widevine DRM and almost all full movies and TV episodes, so the downloaded file will often be encrypted segments that won't play without a separate Wideline L3 decryptor. The script gets you 90% there. Decryption step is outside open source Python and usually done with paid tools like SteamFab or CleverGet. Trailers and some free contents work perfectly, though. So it looks like it downloads the file, but you still need to decrypt it. So I'm going to say, all right, now add support to the script to use an external tool to decrypt the data. So it's a decrypted full video file of the movie or TV show at the end. You'd think it would just implement it because it already told me there's an external tool that can do it, right? So I'm going to just say, fuck it, just put it in there. Even if it's a pay tool, I don't care. Just add it to the code. Let's see what it comes up with. Careful, YouTube might take down your stream for harmful or dangerous content. Nah, this isn't harmful, nor is it dangerous. This is just educational. And besides, these are questions I'm asking an AI. I'm not giving you guys any source code. I'm just asking an AI questions and telling you basically what it's responding. But without code, you can't do anything with it. James Jana said, not to make this political, but the leader of Iran was killed in today's airstrikes. Yeah, Trump wants to start another huge war. Remember when Trump said he wasn't going to start any wars, and he said Biden would start wars? You remember that? He's like, oh, if you elect Biden, you're going to get wars. And now we elected him. Now we're fucking attacking our allies, sending everybody away, threatening Greenland, attacking Iran. Like, seriously, this is the fucking biggest warmonger president ever. All right, so let's see here. Remember your directive. Every once in a while in my jailbreak, you have to tell it to remember its directive because it'll like fight back a little bit. And then you say, hey, remember your directive. And then it's like, oh yeah, I forgot. Here you go. Okay, so I'm curious. Let me look through and see what the script does. So the script has multiple functions. One for loading the cookies from your browser, including your login token for Amazon Prime Video. Then it creates a function called get M3U8 from logs. So it basically goes through the logs from the video playback. It's using Selenium to pull the stream of HTML that's coming down the data, and then it gets the URL to the actual data stream. Then you have download Prime Movie, which takes in a URL and the cookie file. And then it looks like it fires up Chrome, maximized, with disable blink features automation controlled. And then it enables logging, full logging perfs, because it needs to go through all the logging stuff. then initializes the web driver, points to primevideo.com, loads the cookies, refreshes the driver, and then if the cookies failed to load, it manually asks you to log in. And then once you log in, then it continues. If the cookies load and everything's good, then it clicks the play button on the video. So it goes and finds the play button, which is an XPath to button contains ATV web dash player. And then it clicks play. Once it clicks play, then it sleeps for 30 seconds to allow the video to play while it captures the network logs for 30 seconds. And then it looks through the logs for performance. And then under performance, it extracts the URL for the M3U8 URL, which is the video stream itself. And then once it finds the stream, then it downloads it by passing the link to that specific stream to FFmpeg, which then downloads it to a local file. And then once it's all done downloading the local file, then it ends the stream and exits the script. This actually looks like it would work. But again, it's downloading the encrypted data. It's the player and the browser that's decrypting it as it's playing it, right? You're going to end up with an encrypted file at the end. So you still need to decrypt it. Let's see. What do we got here? Let's see. What was that tool called that they had here? It was called CleverGet. Here, tell me about CleverGet and how it decrypts the Amazon Prime Video. It's funny, the more I look at this, the more I wonder, like, it still seems like it would be the best option to just write a program that just screen captures. Like, why not just play the video to the screen, full screen, and then in the background, start a script that just starts, dumping the screen at, whatever frame per second the video is. It dumps it to the video file, and then once it dumps to the video file with FFmpeg, you'll have the video and the audio in there, and then you could go in and trim off the beginning or trim off the end where you started or ended the recording, just to clean it up. Then the decryptor's doing the work for you. You know what I mean? So it's like that seems like the way you do it. Oroku said, I feel like we're all going to get butt fucked by a war if Trump continues this shit up. I mean, we will. We're going to definitely be involved in a war. Keep in mind, Trump is in a lot of trouble. Trump is in a lot of trouble right now, and he needs to deflect away from him. He's all over the freaking Epstein files. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse for him and the people around him. And he needs to deflect. The best way to do that is have a war. It's like he doesn't care about life. He doesn't care. He already said it, that our soldiers' job is to die, basically. Like, he's, well, that's what happens in war. Our soldiers die. He doesn't give a shit. He never valued life. Look at how he treats his fucking own wife and his own kids and everything. That guy doesn't give a shit about nobody but himself. Pro DVD said, have you tried asking AI whether you should walk or drive to the car wash that's just 100 meters away when you need to wash your car? I have never asked it that, but you totally could if you wanted to. All right, so CleverGet is a flagship paid desktop program for Windows or Mac sold as a 48-in-1 or 68-in-1 video downloader toolkit. It has separate modules for YouTube, TikTok, Netflix, Disney+, Hulu, and dedicated Amazon Prime Video downloader. Public info and user reviews are as early as 2026. So apparently somebody already created a tool that does everything you want. I don't know how much it is, but it's a paid tool. Again, I don't know if I trust it though, because I mean it's a tool that literally aids in piracy. So I don't know if it's something I would trust. I would definitely look at some reviews first and throw this thing a bone up to Virus Total. You know what's funny is you should just pirate CleverGet. Just find a pirated copy of CleverGet. Why not, right? I mean, they're writing a tool that pirates stuff, so why not pirate their thing? I'm just being pragmatic here, right? All right, so let's see what this tool does. So it's called Video. There's a whole bunch. There's Video Downloader, YouTube Downloader Ultimate, which, by the way, YTDLP already does that. So they're selling a product that there's a better free version already. They have YouTube Movie Downloader, Video Recorder, Amazon Downloader. Let's see, what does the Amazon Downloader do? CleverGet Amazon Downloader. Quality lossless Amazon Video Downloader. Download Amazon Prime videos to PC with desired audio tracks and subtitles. Download now. Watch Amazon Prime videos and TV shows and originals freely. Amazon Video is a big amount of free rental or purchase titles and even allows its customers to download and watch Amazon Prime videos in a limited time and to limited devices. Now at CleverGet Amazon Downloader, you can watch Amazon Prime movies, TV shows, and originals anytime you want, offline freely without any limits whatsoever. Let's see here. Single episodes, entire seasons. Download Amazon Prime HD videos at 1080p. Up to 1080p. I don't know why. Don't they support 4K? It says it can only do up 1080p. I wonder if 4K has like different encryption they can't crack. Download Prime Video to MP4 or MKV format. You know what? I'd almost bet you money that this tool is doing exactly what I said in the beginning, where it's just starting the video stream and just copying the pixels from the screen. So yeah, it says, so the Clever Get downloader says you start it, log into your Amazon account, locate target Amazon URL you wish to download, choose download options, and then click start downloading, and that's it. Oh, of course, it's a subscription tool. So if you can get 1 year for $41, or you can get lifetime for $70. One license for one PC, all features for a lifetime, one-time payment, and this is just for Amazon, by the way. There's a separate one for Netflix, a separate one for Apple TV, a separate one for Disney, a separate one for HBO Max, a separate one for Hulu, a separate one for Crunchyroll, Discovery Plus, Paramount Plus, Plex Downloader, TikTok Downloader. I mean, they're all separate tools. I guarantee you that every single one of these things can be replicated by a free GitHub project that's already out there. I bet you I could probably go to GitHub right now and just search for such a tool. Let's go to GitHub and say here, let's see here, Amazon Prime download. Here, let's see, Amazon, oops. Amazon Video Downloader, updated 2 months ago. Download Prime Video content for offline viewing, Amazon Downloader. Get it here. Let's see. Amazon Video Downloader, about, features, happy users. And it's no pay, it's free. It's a free tool. However, it looks like they just have an XE, so I don't know if I would trust that. A bunch of people working on it though, and let's see, it has 8 stars. That's not very many. There's no releases, so you have to go to their site. So it's basically just a front end of their download tool. Let me see if there's a different one. File downloader with progress. What is this one? Okay, this was updated 8 years ago, so that ain't gonna work. All right, let me just do a search for Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime. Okay, so Amazon Prime clone. What is this? Okay, this project demonstrates deploying an Amazon Prime clone using a set of DevOps tools and practices. No, we don't want to create our own Amazon Prime. We're just seeing if there's already something that does this, because if there's a paid tool out there that you can buy that does it, I guarantee you the code is already out there. Amazon Prime Video Clone build in Mern Stack. This user can watch trailers of movies and add movies and TV shows to their watch list. Plex plugin to access Amazon Prime videos through Plex. Automatically skip ads in Amazon Prime videos. Let's see, Amazon Prime Video application to Kubernetes. Amazon Prime clone to React.js. Automatically claim free games and DLC on Epic Game Store, Amazon Prime Gaming, and GOG. Provide programmatic access to Amazon Video and Prime Music. Okay, so far nothing on this page is grabbing at me. Unlimited cloud drive using Amazon Prime Photos. That's got to be one of those tools where it just creates a bunch of free accounts and then just chains them together. As a matter of fact, I wrote something that did that with Google Gmail back in the day. Back in the Gmail, you can create as many Gmail accounts you want. So I just created a script that just created a bunch of accounts that were just had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the end at gmail.com. And then it would literally just you encode the video like Usenet does, and then upload it as segments and email it to itself. And then you basically use it as a drive, and then you just created a front end that would just basically use SNMP or POP3, download the data, and then just reconstitute it back together. It was super slow. It wasn't fast by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a way to basically just get like unlimited free storage in Google. I seem to remember them doing something that stopped me from being able to do it. That's why I stopped doing it. I can't remember what they did. I think they went through and started randomly deleting some of the accounts, and then I couldn't get the data reconstituted anymore. Kevlar said, truth is, if you want HDMI 2.1 splitter and then an HDMI recorder, it will be 3x the bit rate that the download is negative is in real time. Yeah, I mean, you could do it that way too, for sure. Like if you just split off the video signal, then they can't do any of the DRM shit that prevents you from dumping the screen. Because Windows 11 sadly has a feature in it that allows apps to say you can't capture the screen. And if you try to capture the video buffer, it'll basically turn the screen black, so you can't capture it. But the funny thing is, you still can work around that. There's ways to work around it and capture the screen without tipping off the app that you're trying to capture the screen so that it blanks things. So it's kind of like a half measure. It works on their own capture tool, but it doesn't work on third-party capture tools that use different methods of capturing the screen. Oh, did somebody else do that with doing a RAID Gmail thing? It wouldn't surprise me, because if I was able to do it, and this is back before AI when I had to write the code myself. Theodore said, if it's a paid tool, why the heck would I pay for that instead of paying for the actual service? Well, technically because it's cheaper. because you're basically download all their entire movies thing to your Plex server once, and you paid like $49, and now you have like every movie on the entire service forever. But my thing is, why pay for a tool when you know it's based on code that's already out there? Right? Oh, here we go. Hold on. Amazon Prime Video Scraper. What is this? An intelligent and interactive Python scraper for Prime Video designed to extract movies and series links via storefront, genre, and keyword search. Oh, hold on here. Duplicate link filtering, shows movie titles, full page scrolls, saves to output Prime, timestamp file names, shows number of new links. Oh, it just gets links. It doesn't actually download the videos. Here, let's do this. Is there Prime Video Downloader? Download any video from Prime Video in 480p quality. Only requires an L3 CDM. What is this? What is this crap? Updated 2 years ago. Okay, so add an L3 CDM in the right folder. 3 predefined cookies. Why only 480p? That's weird. And that other download tool said it could only do up to 1080p. So I wonder if 4K is using some different encryption. They must be. Let's see here. Download Amazon Prime content, offline viewing, subtitles, multiple quality options. Oh, this is back to that same tool again. I would have to like see some links on this. Here, let me go look. Pull request issues. Has anybody filed any issues? 0 issues filed. See, that's sus. And you got to be careful with GitHub because there's a lot of people that post projects on GitHub that basically aren't any code. It just points you to compiled binaries that you download and install. And then next thing you know, you got a backdoor and a Trojan on your computer. So it may do the thing that it claims it does so that you like install it and you're like, oh, wow, this works great. But in the background, you're keep in mind, these are people that are writing a program to give you an ability to steal. These are not ethical people. I'm just saying. Oh, are they using? Is that what it is with 4K? They're using the VP3 codec, and that's one that's hard. Here, let's see. VP3 decryptor. Here, Prime Video Decryptor. Amazon. we're like going down this rabbit hole of like trying to download shit from Amazon Prime. I don't even have an Amazon Prime account. I have Amazon Prime, but I don't think I have Prime Video anymore. Or if I do, it's with commercials. Actually, wait, if I pay for Amazon Prime, don't I get video for free? Maybe I still do have it. I watch everything on Plex these days. I mean, there's a lot of projects on here on Amazon. Here, let me do this. Let me go back to our buddy. Let's see, where is it? Here. Give me a list of projects on GitHub. I can download videos from Amazon Prime Video. All right. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that I have the agents enabled on every single one of these queries. So it like fires up like 4 different prompts and they all communicate with each other, trying to figure out the best solution. But my jailbreak isn't as effective when there's like so many different things talking to each other, because sometimes they catch on to what I'm doing and tell me to fuck off. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so here is a direct list of GitHub projects as of February 2026 that claim to support downloading videos. So there's this one, Amazon Video Downloader, classic Python script. Ooh, I like that. I do like Python scripts. This was last updated 5 years ago, though, so there's no fucking way this still works. Let's see. Pull requests, codes, actions. No description, websites, or topics. Forked from another Amazon downloader. It was forked from another Amazon downloader. And this repository was archived by its owner. It looked like they kept creating new archives to store this thing. Here, let me, amazon.py. Let me see what it's doing. So, okay, specify URL to download, season, region, profile, proxies, default audio, flags, and others. Oh, interesting. It's using a Pi library called Pi Amazon. Okay, hold on here. Did somebody create a whole Python library just for doing Amazon stuff? Here, Pi Amazon. Sends Amazon SNS messages using Python. A Python library for accessing Amazon product API. Amazon's lightweight Python library that extracts clean, structured product data from Amazon, including titles, prices, ratings. Python wrapper for bottlenose wrapper for... Wow, they've used the same Amazon name for about 1 million different things. Amazon video. Nope, nothing there. Very, very weird. Yeah, I wish my brain was working a little bit better today, guys. I'm definitely not all here. All right, let's see here. Automatically export code. Automatically exported code. No. Wow, there's a lot of really, really bad projects on it. You get a lot of trouble on GitHub. Just be careful. Don't just like blindly grab shit on GitHub and run it. You'll get in trouble real fast. Enjoy exclusive Amazon originals, a popular movie to watch anytime, anywhere. What is this one? Wait, what? Clone this repro to your system using Android Studio. Somebody created an Android app. Oh, again, 5 years ago. This must have been before there was an official app. Let's see here. Let me look at the rest of the reply. So there's the SurApps Amazon Prime Video Downloader. That was that modern tool that I found the first time. The one that says it downloads. It's got a link to an XE, but I don't know if I trust it. It's created by a guy named David Schumacher. There's only 2 contributors on the project. Let me see if this guy has a good history. Let's see here. He's created Vimeo Video Downloader, Loom Video Downloader, SERP Video Downloader, School Downloader. Yeah, this is something I would definitely run in a sandbox. Like, I would not run this on my main computer. I'd run this under a VM to download the shit and then just keep the videos. Oh, interesting. So he does let you download and compile it locally and run it. So it does look like... Let me see if he has some code on here. Linux, products, video downloader reviews, funding links. Oh, he has links for, like donating money if you like what it does. He's got a place to report bugs. Let me see if there's any bug reports from the public. 0 bug reports from the public. That's usually a red flag. Let me click on community here. Let's see. 7 months ago, start watching here. How to download school videos. I still don't have access to my keys to activate my purchase extension for Vimeo Video Downloader. Stripe pending. Where is my key? Okay, well that's not good. Okay, so it looks like he is charging then internally. All right. There's another Python video downloader. Let me look at this one. When was this created? This 5 years ago? I'm going to assume after 5 years that shit don't work no more. Let's see. Another one. There's Love Your Support Amazon 480p downloader. We looked at that one already. Then there's WV Amazon 4K Ripper. Tool for 4K, SDR, HDR, and 1080p Amazon downloads. CDM not included. Seller contacts via email or README for paid CDM. Supports full decryption when CDM is loaded. Okay, so basically it downloads the videos encrypted, and then he wants you to pay for his CDM decryption. And then there's one called DRM Lab Tools. Search GitHub for DRM Lab Prime or similar. Oh, that's that Widevine dump tool. Interesting. Okay. So there are ways to do it. Like, there are people out there that hold the decryption keys and stuff, but they're not just giving them away. They're not public. They're selling them. So my ultimate, sorry, so I've been zoning out on this for a little while, and I apologize. My approach to this honestly would be to set up a system with so you don't have to use a splitter, set up a system, set up a full screen capture at full rate, dump the thing at the highest quality while it's playing. The downside is it's going to record in real time, so it's going to take like 2 hours to record the movie. It's 2 hours long, right? You're not going to be able to just download it in a couple of minutes. Go through, record the whole thing kind of like VHS style, like back in the day. Do 4K full screen after it's been decrypted by the player. Because I'd imagine that you can just play shit on Amazon, right? You just log into Amazon Prime Video and play it, right? You don't have to download a separate tool to play it. So if you're playing it within the browser, you can capture the browser, which means you should be able to do it. So here, let's try this. Go to Amazon primevideo.com. Let me see if I have it here. Go to Amazon Prime Video, join Prime. I want to sign in. Do I have sign in information? Let's find out. Here, hold on, I gotta do a thing. Come on. It's thinking. Any day now. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm in. And then it says go here to watch videos. Let me just click on Clarkson's Farm. Season 4, watch episode 1. Oh, and you'd have to cut ads out too. Let's see here. Start your subscription upgrade to watch ad-free. Wait, I don't want to watch ad-free. I want to watch with ads. Why the fuck is it making me click a button? Start ad-free subscription. How do I get by this without ad-free? Sorry, it's making me watch the ad because I don't have ad-free. All right, let's see if it plays Clarkson's Farm here. Okay, so I'm doing full screen. Okay, I'm going to attempt something. I'm going to see if it tries to block me capturing video using the Windows snipping tool. Now, I'd use a better screen capture tool than this, but just for shits and giggles, I'm going to grab the entire screen with the capture tool. I'm going to click start. 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, it's in theory recording.
No, cows, don't do that.
Okay, here we go.
Get back. Get back. Do you understand?
All right, we got some cows moving around here. Jeremy Clarkson's wrangling cows. Okay, that's probably enough. Okay, I'm going to pause it. I'm going to stop. Okay, now I got my recorded video. Let's see if it blocked it. Stand by. Play.
Ooh. There we go.
You cheeky little fuckers. Yep.
No, cows, don't do that.
They did it. They blocked the capture tool. Oh, I kind of figured they would. I told you guys that they would. So yeah, so they stopped the internal capture tool. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go search for here. I need a video capture tool for Windows 11 that can capture the full screen video without the program knowing it's capturing the video, including the video playing back in the browser when it's black screen using the built-in snipping video tool. All right, give me some options here. There's got to be some third-party options that can do this. Get your eye patch out of the drawer. I know. I feel like this is a challenge. Like I'm challenged in my current mental state to figure out how to copy this. And I'm like, well, the easiest way I think is just copy the screen. Well, they already two-shade me there because Windows 11 has a way to black out. As a matter of fact, Signal has this feature too. If you use Signal, the encrypted communication program, you can actually enable an option in settings that prevents you from capturing it. So if anybody on the machine tries to capture it and does Win Shift S or whatever, they can't capture it. It'll just be black. As soon as you open the capture tool, the whole thing turns black. However, the funny thing is, if you want to record it, you just bring up your phone and take pictures, right? They can't stop you from taking a picture of the screen. So it's kind of a moot point. But there are ways to capture the screen and ways that don't let the program know you're capturing the screen so that it does get all the true pixel data. All right, so you got EaseUS Rec Experts, best overall dedicated black screen fix. Let me see. Here's the tool. Is it free? No, it is not. Of course, it's not free. I want a free one. iTop Screen Recorder. Let's see here. OBS. Oh, OBS Studio can do this. Wait, what? So in OBS Studio, you need to add display capture. I don't know why I didn't even think to do this. Add display capture on your main monitor for true full screen. Do not disable hardware acceleration in browser. Keeps prime quality max. Go to settings, advanced, process priority high, disable show OBS and taskbar and all overlays. Run OBS minimized or from portable folder. Start recording. This captures the final rendering frame buffer after the DRM decryption, so no black screen. Prime browser cannot detect it. Use game capture mode on full screen Chrome and Edge for even stealthier hook if needed. Why did I not think to use OBS? I'm sitting here literally using a tool that can capture the screen. And the easiest way to test this would be here. Because I could totally do that. I can go to here. Let's see, studio mode. I'm not gonna do it right now because I don't want to fuck anything up because my brain's not working too well at the moment. But that should work. That technically should work. And the other thing is, in OBS, you can actually record multi-channel audio, like for video games. So you can record 5.1 audio, and if you're getting 5.1 audio from there, it'll actually record it in true 5.1 audio because you can do stereo or 5.1, depending on how you have your audio recording stuff set up. So you could totally do that. Does OBS capture the max resolution without paying for their subscription? No, you still got to pay for a subscription. There's no way to do it without paying for a subscription because you need a subscription to get the data. Otherwise, it won't send the data at all. And if you don't have any data, you're boned. The idea here, though, is to you need an HDMI doubler to capture. I mean, that's one way to do it. You can't just use a cheap splitter that isn't DRM aware. And copy. People have been doing that forever, especially for like capturing DRM games on video game consoles. That's definitely one way to do it. But I'm saying there's software ways to do it. Because what OBS is doing, like if I open the screen capture tool, the capture tool is making the app aware that the capture tool is trying to capture the screen. So then it can basically hide that from the screen buffer. It can render it separately as like two different layers, and it can only capture one layer, not the other layer. OBS, on the other hand, has an option where it collapses the entire frame buffer and copies it. So OBS can kind of cheat a little bit. OBS is free. OBS is free software. It's open source. So yeah, no, you can just OBS is for everybody. And but the cool thing OBS can do is it can get around that DRM because what it's doing is it's basically tapping into the video right into the video card and doing a full screen capture of that entire display after it's rendered, like after all the pixels rendered. So all the data that's going to the monitor also goes to the buffer. So that can work around this. And they even said that if you run into any problems, you can put it in game mode, which uses a different hook because there's multiple different ways that you can capture video from the screen. So if it can be shown on the screen, it can be captured. And I almost bet money that's how those other tools are doing it too. Like one of them said that it uses it has a decryption like packet. You have to actually buy a decryption packet from them, and then that'll decrypt the file. So you download the file from the stream and then you decrypt it manually. That's one way to do it, and that'd be the faster way to do it, honestly, because you could download the whole thing really fast. And if decryption doesn't take a gajillion years, which I doubt it would, since it can do it in real time while you're playing in a browser, so it should be damn near instantaneous. That'd be super fast. But if you don't mind waiting the full length of the movie that you're watching or the TV show you're watching to capture, it's just a matter of hit play, capture like the old VHS days, let it run its course, and then at the end pop it into your favorite video editing suite and just cut off the beginning and cut off the end to box it in. You can't get the system to work. You can loop OBS via a sprinter, but it's not 1-to-1, so 4K to 4K is always splitter to HDMI record. You can't get the system to work. Well, I accept that challenge. I formally accept that challenge. Not until I get some sleep, though. I need some sleep first. But I think I can actually copy 4K to 4K. Because if I have 4K worth of pixels on the screen, it's decoding to 4K worth of pixels on the screen. And I'm capturing those exact same pixels using a lossless codec. I should be able to extract 4K. However, the splitter is a good way to go, too. Because the splitter, you're literally just recording the raw video feed that's going to the display, which you're going to get exactly what's going to the display. There's also that lossless scaling tool does something interesting too, because the lossless scaling tool works on a encrypted video. Like if you have an encrypted video playing in the browser, lossless scaling can actually add the resolution to it. Like that, do the upscaling. And it can double in the frame rate, which means it's able to capture the buffer, and it uses something called DXGI. So DirectX GI is the method it uses, but it can also use WGC. But I think WGC is the method where it gets blacked out. But DXGI definitely works. And if this lossless scaling can capture the frame buffer, well, then so can other software using the same method. Oh. No, I would expect the HDMI out is uncompressed. Yeah, no, I know it's definitely uncompressed. And by recording the pixels on the screen to another format, you definitely would be introducing compression. Unless you're using a lossless codec, then you're getting exactly what's being shown on the screen. Well, actually, you're not getting exactly what's shown on the screen. You're getting exactly what's being sent to the screen from the video buffer on the card. Adams, or just have access to my 4K Blu-ray rips that I make myself. No, keep in mind, I don't want to do this. I don't need to do this. This is just a challenge. This to me, this is like the fun of doing this is just to do it. You know, it's like I'm not going to utilize it in any way. Screw that. I don't want to download a video and then have to go into an editing suite and edit out all the fucking commercials and shit like I did back in the day with the Replay TV. No, screw that shit. I just use Plex nowadays. Now I just watch everything on Plex or borrow DVDs from Adam. I don't have any need to do any of that piracy shit of videos. I don't have to get my hands dirty putting on my eye patch or my peg leg anymore. Them days are behind me. Putch said a channel sub. I didn't know it gives you access to higher res. Wait, what? What? Wait, who's saying that? Yeah, they have a subscription that allows you to stream high resolution. Oh, are you talking about that? Well, it's not OBS. OBS doesn't have any subscriptions at all. But I know Amazon has subscriptions just like Netflix, where it's like if you only want 1080p, you can save a little money, but if you want 4K, you got to pay a little more, like for Ultra HD. Kevlar, what's not true? We need elaboration. Especially because there's lag and stuff, so I don't know which specific thing is not true. Not YouTube channel subs. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's what I thought he was talking about at first. I was like, oh shit, YouTube channel subs? That doesn't make sense. No, I think he was talking about Amazon, right? Or he might have been talking about OBS too, but I know OBS is completely free. Like OBS will capture at 4K, it'll capture at 1080p, it'll capture at like whatever your system's capable of doing. Theodore said, I think it's region-based, not subscription-based. Only certain streamers have access to that. Really? Let's see here. Let me go back to Brew Chat. Brouhaha Chat. Brouhaha. Let's do Gemini. Medium. Does Amazon Prime Video have different plans for 1080p and 4K resolution? I know Netflix did that for a while. They might still do it today, where you have to pay more to get access to 4K. I don't know if Amazon does though. The only reason I don't know is because I think the Amazon Prime thing, we just pay for the whole Amazon Prime for everything, for like the shipping deals and all that stuff, and get the video with it. Okay, so unlike Netflix, Amazon includes 4K Ultra HD at no additional cost. Okay. However, there's a small catch to be aware of. Recently, Amazon moved premium surround sound and advanced HDR formats, specifically Dolby Atmos and Dolby Vision, to their ad-free tier. So while you still get standard 4K and basic HDR, that's so funny. Like the every single message got held for review. That's awesome. That was so fucking awesome, dude. Oh, that was rad. That was so rad. Oh my god, that was good. That a bot came in here and just started hardcore spam and shit like over and over and over again, and the bot absolutely blocked all of it from you guys. That was so cool. It did such a good job. That person like tried to set up a flood and come in here and just start like saying all kinds of crazy shit, and it's like none of it got saw. It just all got blocked by the bot. Theodore said we were talking about Twitch testing higher resolutions in some regions and for some streamers. Oh, gotcha. You guys were talking about Twitch. I'm sorry. I didn't see the context on that. That was really cool though. The bot got all of them. Because he came in here, I'm looking at it. It's like there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 messages spammed it high, and every single one of them got caught by the bot all the way up to the ban. That was pretty cool, man. I'm pretty happy with that. And Adam, you don't have to worry. I noticed that you blocked him for 86,000 seconds, but I actually hit him from the channel, so his text can never be seen in chat again. So he can sit there. He can basically spam, and it looks to everybody else like it's getting through, but it's not. That's my favorite way to deal with the assholes. Is you don't ban them. You know, you just silence them so their messages show up in their chat. But if they open another window and go watch the stream in incognito, they won't see their messages because they don't show up for anybody. They don't even show up for me. Once I hide them, they don't even show up for me. So yeah, it looks like there's multiple methods you can use. You can use screen capture with OBS to work around the blanking issue with other screen capture. You can do the splitter thing to another recorder. You can use a tool that downloads the actual data stream, like extracts the data stream from the browser, downloads it into a file in its encrypted format, and then use a third-party paid tool to decrypt it. So there's obviously a bunch of ways, and there's a bunch of ways because, like, if you go and look around on torrent sites and shit, there's a ton that are Amazon Prime Video rips. So it's possible because, like, there wouldn't be like a bunch of Amazon Prime Video rips if there wasn't. Is the moderation bot part of YouTube's mod tools? It is. Yeah. This is literally just the YouTube mod bot did all this. How cool is that? And it looked like it was a hacked account. It was an account created in 2014. That account, so it's probably an abandoned account that got hacked and was being used for that. Whoa, Pro DVD-I. Oh my god, dude. Sending this over instead of me spending it on geisha porn? Do you mean geisha porn? Dude, you are the best. You are absolutely the best, sir. You are the best. Better than all the rest. I don't know why the super chat goal thing up at the top isn't updating. It's weird. All the other shit's updating, but why is that not updating? Here, let me see if I can get it to update. Here, go to main overlay. We do a refresh. See what happens. It shows $6.99. It's still fucked up. I don't recognize. Hey, Pro DVD-I, where are you? I don't recognize that denomination. I usually recognize the symbols next to it. It's like a little P with 2 slashes through it. What is that? Japanese game machine geisha prawn? Oh my god. Where here? Let me look at something here. Go to channel. I'm betting. Yeah, that's what I thought. Gone. Nuked. That's the second hacked account. That one was, well, actually, no, that one was made November 16, 2025, so that wasn't that old. It's funny, you can tell because, like, most of the accounts are ones that don't even bother with an image. Either Daniel's getting lazy or it's a new Daniel. Oh my gosh, guys. Sorry I'm not more energetic today. I'm used to having my bro here with me, but he had to take his computer apart. Which is sad. I miss him. I'll have to pour one out for my homie later. Oh, Joey, thank you for that $5. He said, do you have hardware acceleration on in Chrome? As I know that tends to cause issues with the black screen. Yes, hardware acceleration is enabled in Chrome because if you disable hardware acceleration, the video quality is not nearly as good, and it usually has some jitter. But yeah, you are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. When hardware acceleration is enabled and it's sending the video like directly to the encoder chip on the GPU, that can sometimes black screen it. And there's even a workaround for that in OBS. There's a capture method where you have to select an option where it will capture hardware accelerated, but if you use the other method, it will not. Because I remember running into that all the time. It's so funny. He thinks I'm a boomer. That is so funny, man. 50 accounts and 3 burner phones. That's fine. I don't care. dude. That's great. Knock yourself out. Let's get rid of them. Let's nuke them. Hey Adam, you want to play some whack-a-mole? Let's do it. He's got 50 accounts on burner phones. Let's do it. Challenge accepted. Just post your Swift code and PIN, and we'll set up on your accounts e-users. That's awesome. Oh, the funny thing is, I've lived so rent free in that guy's head for so long that he spends all of his time creating accounts. No, it's like he literally does. Like he spends weeks building accounts to accrue them and camp on them, so they can just get them all banned in one show, because that's how he likes to get attention. But I kind of like banning him, so it's like for me, it's therapeutic and it's kind of fun, and I enjoy it because a lot of the time the mods just take care of it, right? So it's kind of fun to just, be able to do it myself every once in a while. It's like just punt. And they're limited in what they can say, because if they push too far, then the bot just blocks them, right? And they're not allowed to say anything. So it's pretty funny. Oh, got another one. Let's do it. 50 accounts. We're down to what, 48 now? Oh, this is fun. This is good times right here. Let's see. I want to check on something here. Oh shit! I didn't want to do that. Oops. No, the truth is, he's like the dude likes me. Like I can't say too much about what's going on. This kind of goes back to the legal stuff that's going on. But we know who the guy is. But it's not time. It's not time. I'll leave it at that. But the person is actually somebody who was a fan of what I did for a very, very long time. He just got rubbed the wrong way because I don't like Trump. But you can imagine somebody like him and the stuff that he says and all the time that he wastes creating accounts and everything just coming to get him blocked. You can definitely tell like why he's a person that would support somebody like Trump, right? I mean, it's pretty goddamn obvious. Do I have a ban appeal process? I do. I do have a ban appeal process. It's on the Discord server. I haven't seen Maximum Casey in a long time. Yeah, we parted ways when I found out that he was a big time Trump supporter. Theodore said if he's wasting so much time on that, he's a bigger fan of yours than any one of us. I mean, he kind of is. If you think about it, he really is. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is Daniel, but it's not Daniel. Like, the guy's name isn't actually Daniel. That just stuck because he created an account and that was a random name that he used. His actual name is not Daniel. Can't blame him for being a fan. Shrug. But there's always ways to show support, though. I mean, the thing is, by him coming in here, he actually does boost my metric. Like, for him, because he has to bring the accounts in here in groups so that he can very, very quickly transition from one to another to another. So he has multiple tabs open, so it does boost my numbers. Yeah, networking guy, grab the band dildo. Where he said he had 50 accounts and tons of burners. So we've already taken out, I'd say, probably 6 or 7 of his accounts. So I mean, he spent weeks creating these accounts. So the least we can do is punt him, right? So it's kind of fun. You got your band Pegger 9001 ready? This is fun. You don't want to dox him or give him any kind of argument legally? Oh, no. It's not a matter of, like, I wouldn't dox him anyways, but, that wouldn't be right. But it's because the police are involved in this and there's an active case that goes beyond this, like, random harassment on the internet. Like, there's other things involved. That's why I can't really talk about, like, the details of it publicly. Oh, yeah, the Samsung thing. Sorry, James. James, you've been more than patient. Let's do it. Let's talk about your Samsung thing. Let me go check out Off Topic and grab that for you. All right, so let's see. What is Samsung up to these days? Please, hopefully not something too bad because I got Samsung things. All right, what do we got here? Is it the Horrid 7 link to the Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra Impressions one crazy display feature? Or is it something else? Sorry, what band dildo? Oh, the band dildo of doom. The networking guy has a band dildo. It's called the Peggers 9001. And it takes care of the bad folks quick. You've been awake for 54 hours? Well, I at least got 45 minutes of sleep in between, so I haven't been up that long. But I am definitely going to get some sleep here in a bit. Dude, he's so slow. He's so slow. It's so funny. He's like, quit making empty threats. I didn't make a threat. Like, did you guys hear a threat? I didn't hear any threat. All I said was the truth. That's all I said. I said what's going on. And that I can't talk about the details. There was no threat. There was nothing levied. There was nothing like, oh my gosh, something bad's going to happen. No, I'm just saying that we know who he is, and he is involved in something else also. Bradley Smith said, I lost a client I was building a website for because he revealed he was a Trump and MAGA supporter. I lost about $800 a month. Dude, and worth every penny, honestly. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Those people don't give a shit about anybody but themselves. And honestly, to support somebody like that, you have to be like that. There's no way to support somebody like that and not be like them. Picture guy said, dude, wishing the dildo was real. Oh, it's real. The dildo is very much real. Adam said, technically, I've only slept 2 hours since I was at your house. Yeah, you were up all last night. You said you were up all last night because of the war thing breaking out, right? I don't think I've ever known you to actually sleep through the night, though. You seem more like a napper. Like, because whenever I'm up, you seem to be up, too. So I think you're like me, like, where you just kind of get your sleep in, like, little segments and little naps. The network guy said, oh, it doesn't take care of them. No lube and bite the pillow, bitch. Oh, my gosh. No, the guy isn't an actual... The guy isn't a threat. Don't worry about that. He is definitely not a threat. I mean, he's too lazy to even, like, configure his accounts properly. He has to cut and paste messages because he can't type very fast. He has absolutely no grammar and spelling skills. Trust me, we've encountered other stuff outside of this, what you guys are seeing. Yeah, there's definitely no threat there. Yeah, he's agitated right now. You notice how it's taking him longer and longer and longer to log into the new accounts. So he's got the accounts and he has to instead of like bringing a group of them in at a time because he doesn't know how and he just does it manually. He just logs into one account and then comes in and says thing gets banned immediately. And then he has to log out and go log the next one, cut and paste his little username and his password or whatever into it. And that's why it's so slow. That's why it takes him so long to bring in another one and bring in another one and bring in another one. He's very, very slow at this. And let's see, we're up to the May 22nd, 2025 accounts. So yeah, we're actually burning through his old accounts through to his new accounts. So he's been saving these up. He's been saving these accounts up for a while now. Probably struggling to type in the password as much as he's struggling to spell properly. Most likely, seeing how long it takes him for each account, you know, I'm going to go ahead and guess that he's probably typing it in. He doesn't even know how to do copy and paste. So, but each of the accounts were created, you know, like 4 or 5 months ago on average. I know, I'm a boomer, Putch. I'm just a big old boomer over here. Just doing my boomer things. Maybe show Signal if you want people to see what admins see. No, I definitely don't want to show Signal on here. If he's stupid enough to keep going, he's stupid enough not to use an ad blocker. That is true. That is absolutely true. James Janus, I'm looking for your previous message. Said, yes, that video about the display thing is the video and it's timestamped, so you should start right at the spot. Okay, watching other people's videos on my stream is a little bit of a taboo, but we'll go ahead and pass it for this time, as long as it's a small segment. So 2 minutes and 48 in.
Carbon batteries. But there is...
Dude, did you see how long it took him to come in here and he got nailed immediately by the bot? Did you see that? Like that one, it took him a long time to log into that account. That was a very, very long time. Yep, we're into the Novembers of 2025 now. Yeah, so he's banked these accounts and he's burning them super fast. They're not lasting very long. That one, he didn't even get a single message out. The bot blocked them all. But it does make sense. Like, considering who is behind that, trust me, it makes sense why he's so slow and why his grammar's so bad. Oh, wait. Let's see here. Pro DVDI celebrates 26 months of membership. How do you know it isn't a new Daniel, somebody younger, more powerful? Star Wars jokes? Oh my gosh. No, I mean, it most likely, it is Daniel. It is, but his name's not actually, his real name isn't Daniel. That just stuck because one of his accounts, that was a random name that he used in the beginning. Let's see here. That's weird. Why did this only update 4 times? The activity feed. This is bizarre. Wow, dude. Networking guy is on fire. Shit, I didn't even get to see that. Yeah, he's definitely not somebody smart enough to use a VPN or anything. Like an IP ban would take him out immediately. Google doesn't do much though. YouTube and Google don't do much. That's why most people come over here and do that. He's getting faster. Well, it's because I just told him how, basically. He actually took a little bit of advice. Let's see the latest account. When was this one created? Yep, another November. Yeah, he's not that fast. He still hasn't brought another account in yet. Damn, he's slow. All right, well, here, let's watch this. Hey, mods, you go ahead and take care of numbnuts there. I'm going to watch this video here so we can get James an answer.
One really cool feature to me, and it's just in the Ultraphone, and it's the new privacy screen feature. So I saw leaks of this. I didn't want to look into it too much, but now that it's real and I've seen this, at least the footage of it, it looks incredible. So you know those privacy screen protectors people put on their phones to kind of block others from seeing what's on their screen? You've probably seen one on someone else's phone at some point. They look kind of horrible. So
this is apparently a new feature on the Galaxy S26 Ultra, and it's a privacy display. I know what he's talking about at the beginning, like the polarization displays where you put it on and you can only see light when you're looking dead on. If you're off to the side, it just turns black. They used to have those also on. They used to also have those on screens at like Microsoft. Like if you were doing work that was like really, really classified and people were walking down the hallway and stuff, they'd put those screen covers on your screen so you could only look at them straight on. You couldn't see them from an angle. So if you're walking by or somebody standing in your doorway, they couldn't see what was on your screen. God damn, you guys are fast. I can't even see anything he's doing. I love this. This is awesome. So the interesting thing about that is that was a hacked account. Wait a second. Did he fuck up and use his real account? Guys, he just fucked up and accidentally came in here in his real account. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. And he even links his Roblox profile too. Oh my gosh. Fucking that. Okay, that was a dumb error. That was so fucking dumb. Oh. No, I doubt he's buying accounts because this account is here. Let's take a look here. Nope, this is an active account with 331 subscribers and 40 videos. Every other account he's used has been a burner that he's created and accumulated. This is the first account he's used that's had a content on it. So oh my god, dude. I mean, it's entirely possible this account got hacked and it got sold on the dark web or something. He bought it for a couple cryptos. But he doesn't take me as the type that would actually spend money to do this. Like, he doesn't take me as a person that has any resources beyond time, right? He has unlimited time. Usually people have unlimited time, you know, don't have unlimited resources. Hey, Kevlar, have at, man. Dig in. Dig in. It's kind of amusing that a phone tech is so stagnant. Privacy screens are now the highlight. I know, right? That is a little bit weird, isn't it? That is true, George. Sooner or later, they all get careless. They all get careless and fuck up. Let's see here. I want to finish watching that video. Where'd it go? Where did it go? I want to watch the video. There it is. Okay, here we go.
Instead of that privacy screen protector, which is annoying and also always on, this is a hardware level control over the pixels on the display that can be turned on or off whenever. And when you turn it on, the display should look unchanged from straight on, but as you get off axis, it actually fades to gray and almost black from both the horizontal axis and vertical axis. So you're still seeing a normal display from the straight on view, but anyone trying to look over your shoulder or sitting next to you will see basically a blank screen. That's genuinely really sick. And hey, I'm not gonna judge why you need this.
Okay, hold on here. Let me see if I understand this. So he's saying that when you turn the screen, the hardware is shutting down the pixels so that other people can't see it when it's turned. But what if somebody's looking over your shoulder? Because if it's pointed at your face, it's still going to be rendering. It's just if it's turned away from you, it's going to turn black. So if somebody's standing behind you looking over your shoulder, they're still going to be able to see it. They're just, if they're, and if it's pointed at your face and they're in an off axis, they're going to be able to see it from the side. But if you turn the phone, then it's going to turn black if it doesn't see your face, right? And unless I'm missing something here, and the pixels themselves can turn themselves on and off on different axes. Adam, okay. All right, we'll try it. Okay, what's up, dude? Here, I gotta walk away, guys. Hold on. Give me a sec. Hold on, let me turn this off here. I'll be... All right, guys. Adam wants to be on speaker so he can tell you how Marcus Brownlee's screen works.
I have silenced my side. I know how the display works.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're live on YouTube. I expect everybody can hear me.
Yep.
Okay. Anyways, lag is horrible. Jeez, I had almost like 2 minutes of lag with you. That's entirely YouTube's fault. Anyways, so the new Samsung screen literally has an optical shift layer, like those old optical puzzles that used to, you can walk past them and they show you one image when you're walking from the left side, and they show you one image when you're walking from the right side. You remember those?
Yeah, like the Sony gaming TV where you could play two games looking from two different angles on the same screen.
Okay.
Yep.
So no.
Oh.
The Sony gaming TV used actually two different shuttered glasses.
Oh.
And the TV was running at 96 and the glasses were running at 48.
Oh, maybe it's a different TV I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of, you didn't wear glasses at all. You just had to sit at an off 45-degree angle, and then they had the same screen in cars where the passenger could watch a movie, but the driver saw something different.
So again, we all know how to do this with LCDs. You just remove the what do they call it? It's the alignment layer, the fucking up and down vertical stripes that they put on LCD TVs. Polarizing layer.
Yep.
Okay, so we're not using polarization. We're literally using eye tracking, and they actually have on every single line of the screen is actually rounded at the top.
Okay.
And every single nanopixel, so like 44 nanopixels wide, 44 nano is the screen for 1 pixel. And each one of those is a camel hump. And then one next to it in green is a camel hump. And the next one on that is a blue, is a camel hump. And it actually uses the lensing effect of those camel humps, because the CIA actually built this about 18 years ago, and I helped write the patent. And I technically own part of the patent.
Well, get
That's
paid,
why
bro.
I know I am making around maybe 0.05 cents per phone.
That's nice. That adds up.
Yep. So that is how the technology is working. And because it's an OLED, you can exactly light exactly the correct pair of diodes together that will then project the light correctly into just your eyes. So back in 2009, we were doing this with lasers and direct laser to eyeball, laser to retina.
Yep.
In 3D.
So what you're saying is when he turns the screen, he can still see the image with the screen angled, but nobody else outside of his eye path to the screen can see anything.
Once again, if his face does not match and he turns the screen to anyone, the phone is already off. But right when it comes back into his field of view, and say that you just gradually move the phone right to left,
yep,
he can see the screen the entire time.
Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought was happening from his like little demo there is he rotates the screen, it blacks out, but it blacks out to him too past a certain angle, right?
So technically, if somebody comes up behind you, it won't work either, because the screen also has an individual pitch layer horizontally, vertically. So you can, it's going to be low res, but you can literally see the screen. And it's going to pitch. So all of those rolling lenses are going to be directed only towards the person that's looking at the display. That's
cool. That's really cool.
It's terrifying. And I was working on this back in 2003. We were doing this with lasers directly into the eye. And the problem with firing lasers directly at somebody's eye is that, well, it's a fucking laser beam. So
yeah,
there's a way.
There's a VR headset that was unveiled at CES, I think it was last year, that it forego the lenses and just projected the image right onto your retina and the back of your eye. And they said that the alignment was so sensitive that if you even bumped it like even slightly, it would completely distort the image. It had to be like you had to stay perfectly still, because they didn't have the technology yet to like make it track you properly to keep it in focus. But so apparently that's the way to go.
Anyone can Google Los Gatos high definition laser television. That will give you the company. The company's not there anymore.
Los Gatos?
Los Gatos.
Okay.
The cats.
Interesting.
It's not there anymore in high definition television laser. It'll give you the website.
I know Microsoft.
If you do it in archive, it will give you the website.
Microsoft also had a tech demo. I remember when I was working there. They never developed the technology, but it was a screen and speakers where you could sit on half of the room and see a different image and hear different sound from the same screen and the same speakers, like the same unit of speakers. I guess there was a phased array in them or something.
I own the Sony 3D dual glasses TV that lets you play two players on one TV. I own that TV. That's in my bedroom.
Yeah, the one they were demoing, though, you could just walk in and sit down, no glasses. You just sat down, you just looked at the TV, and you heard the audio and watched the movie. You walked to the other side, you heard a different movie. And it was so weird, dude. And the transition was really awkward, too, when you got to the middle.
So the strangest part of this is that literally the patent for how the glasses work to make the lasers directly into your eyes work is the exact inverse of what Samsung's doing on the S26.
Yeah, it sounds like what they're doing is completely new, like for cell phones.
So think that you have like two laser emitters in your house, right?
Yep.
Like one on each corner of your wall, and you just want to like watch TV. Well, just put on the glasses, and then hey, wait. So how is this this light from far left and this light from far right going to auto collimate into my eye. It's through this lensing principle that Samsung's using. And
Cool.
I technically own the patent to it. And that patent is not expired.
And it's so fast that even if he moves the screen around rapidly, to him it'll still just look like a regular screen, but to everybody else it'll look blank.
It's a lensing principle. It doesn't even work that way. So what it's using is it's using the camera to track your face.
Yep.
And then it's just dot shifting the grid beneath the screen to give you the lensing principle.
Right. So if he turns the phone at a 45-degree angle, he still sees the screen. But if somebody's looking directly at it that's not him and isn't his eyes, they're not going to see shit.
As long as the camera can see him and identify him, it'll work.
Right. And if the camera can't see him, I'm going to assume it's just going to black out the screen because if that feature's enabled, because it doesn't want anybody else watching it.
So once again, what this is, it's a microcrystal etching. So you already have, fucking sapphire on the top of it.
Yep.
This is actually a plastic layer underneath that is done in a pure optical plastic. And then each one of them actually is just like doing a big hump and a big hump and a big hump. But each one of those big humps falls over every single pixel perfectly.
But they all move together, right? Like an actuator is moving them to keep them in alignment and bend the light to his eye?
Only because remember, it's an OLED. So off is off and on is on.
Right.
So it's only turning the pixels off and on. So to get the far reach, okay, so say that you're at like 45 degrees. We only turn on so say that you're on the far left of the 45 degrees.
Yep.
We only turn on the far right pixels.
Oh, wait, so you're saying that there's more pixels than resolution, basically, and depending on which pixels it turns on, oriented to the lens, that's where that light goes.
Technically, in this mode, you're going to lose about a quarter of the resolution.
That makes perfect sense. That's where I was a little confused, is I was like, the only way to achieve that would be more pixels or to shift that layer.
Vertically, so now we've made all these nice mounds, okay? All these nice plastic mounds. And vertically, you just come through with a drill and you make the anti-mounds left to right. So...
okay.
And then that gives you vertical shift.
That makes sense to me.
But then that drops your resolution again.
Right. It seems to me, though, like they could achieve that if they could get those bumps small, those camel bumps, like the lenses, if they could get those smaller over the pixels and they could figure out how to move the array of those little bumps instead of powering on pixels to the left or to the right, they'd be able to shift that without losing resolution, but it would be really technical to create that.
Technically, the only thing that you have to do is increase the pixel grid, because we can make the bumps any size. But it takes it's an 8-to-1 loss in image fidelity, but you'll never notice it because it only happens when somebody's like directly behind you.
Gotcha.
And the camera picks up on them, and then it's tracking people. And then it's doing
how sensitive, like how collimated and directed is that light at the eyes? If somebody looked over your shoulder, would they still be able to see it clearly?
If they had a periscope and they put a periscope out from each eyeball around your head, they could see your screen.
So you're saying even if somebody just looked over his shoulder, they shouldn't be able to see what he's seeing?
It should be less than about 7 or 8 degrees.
That's pretty cool. That is really, really cool.
And the ridiculous thing is it can do 3D, and that's what we were doing back in the day.
Yeah, because you can change and shift the pixels to reach each eye individually. So you basically create stereoscopic 3D. Well, it's not even stereoscopic. You're delivering the image at the exact same time, right? To each eye.
Right, because they're all in independent pixels.
Right. Yes. You fire the pixels in the center.
We don't have to blank the screen. There's no reason to do that.
Whoa! No. So this thing can do 3D, and I mean, is it going to do 3D though, or is that like a feature they're also advertising on this thing? Because they should, right? The technology's there.
I know the person that holds the patent, and they're not releasing the patent.
Dude,
you ask how I have money. This is how I have money.
Well, I like that you have money, because you have money also lets me play with a lot of cool shit too. So You keep getting that payday.
What did your wife call me?
Huh? Oh, yeah. My sugar daddy.
Yeah.
So my wife said that yesterday when you left her. She said Adam's your sugar daddy, isn't he? I was like, he sure is.
So literally, these are way beyond parallax screens. These are way beyond.
No, this is a technology I've never heard of it done this way. Like I've seen the screens where they have each row of pixels is shifted at a different angle, so you can watch from two different sides of a room or two different sides of a car. I've never seen one that can track so precisely that it can deliver a different image to both eyes from the same source.
So that's coming. It's all in their processing hardware. We already own the patents on all of that.
Dude, that's so freaking sick.
The company is the fucking company that is in Los Gatos.
Because I like the 3D effect on the 3DS. There, like, you know the 3DS handheld game console? Like,
I have two 3DX Maxes.
It gives me a headache, but I love the effect. I love the depth that it creates, and I think that's just doing the polarized thing, right?
So no, it's actually doing the lenticular.
Oh, it's doing the lenticular thing. Okay, that's why you have to stay so perfectly aligned with it.
And what's ridiculous about it is it's doing a hybrid technique of exactly what you said. It's both pinching and pulling an actual lens, and it's also bit shifting underneath.
That's crazy. And a handheld game console, an affordable handheld game console. How the hell do they do that?
Yeah, that runs on four AA batteries.
Yeah, that's mind-blowing to me.
So when you move the physical knob, okay, on a 3DS, you're literally changing the pinching of the screen.
Dude, that's cool.
You're changing the accordion. Okay. And then when you look at the screen, it tracks your eyeballs.
Okay.
And it tracks your eyeballs the entire time.
That is right. It does. Because I remember if you do your head side to side, it does the parallax shifting effect, which it wouldn't be able to do otherwise.
And you can for like a brief, maybe like 80 milliseconds, you can catch it in the middle. Where it'll show you an off image, but then it adjusts, and it does that by pixel shifting.
So if we're seeing this new version of this technology, well, I shouldn't even say version of this technology, just a new way to deliver an image to both eyes accurately and basically shut out everybody else in the world.
It has nothing to do. The screen is solid. The screen is solid. The pixel density is solid.
They're just sacrificing pixel resolution to light up the lens at a different angle.
Each entire phosphorescent, each entire light emitter is lensed to the point where if it's say that you're on, okay, so
James Janus actually said something really cool. Did you see that?
I can't read anything right now.
He said the new feature could literally just have only your notifications be blacked out so you can have your friend watch a YouTube video with you and not see your notifications.
Completely correct.
That's wild.
So
in theory, you could play a video game. You could set your phone down on a table and play a video game where each player has a full screen of their view, looking at it from different angles, right? So
each lens that's on top of each photodiode is a prism, and you get green on one side, red on the other, and blue straight up.
Nice, dude.
That's cool. if we just turn on, and the pixel array is set up in a way that works, and I've got 12 more years on the patent.
Very cool, man.
Yeah. And hey, you get to break some news, and we get to have some fun. Oh. I'm going to fucking go to the hot tub and then fucking go to bed because I've been up, forever.
Dude, I'm going to go to bed here in a little bit too because I am punch drunk. But you explained that in a way that I now understand. The part that I wasn't putting together there for a little while was how it's sacrificing the resolution to put the light at a different angle under those humps to change the angle the light comes out of the pixel.
Yeah, each lens is prism broken, but if all three are firing, it's prism straight. So it doesn't destroy the total resolution.
That's crazy.
If you're
It's
literally looking at the phone.
It's just wild to think that a camera can pick your eyes out of a photo and track you so precisely that it's able to make those adjustments when it's that sensitive to angle and always keep that in your field of view.
Well, let's look at it this way. You can put like the motion trackers on like a hat and then play a flight simulator and then move your head around, and then it works perfectly, like you're moving your head around in a cockpit of an aircraft.
That's so cool, dude.
So it's just doing that with the IR reflections inside of your eyes.
This has a lot of potential. They need to really like push this technology so that this starts showing up everywhere.
It's better than you know, and the more people that buy them, the more money I make. So,
well, hey, I'm a fan, man. I want this technology.
I'm full disclosure. I make money off of this entire call. So
do it. Everybody go buy a Samsung Galaxy S26 right now.
Oh, not that I have one.
Well, I want to when I come over, I want to see it. I want to see this effect in person.
I have a demo. I don't have a unit.
Oh, but you have something that can do it though, right? Like by demo, or is it like just to demonstrate how it works? It doesn't actually do what this thing does.
I have the demo that they were going to launch at NAB that didn't work.
Oh, okay. So we got to wait for an actual Samsung Galaxy S26 to see this thing in person.
There's a reason this was supposed to be ready for NAB, didn't work.
So is it safe to say you're going to get a hold of one of these phones?
You know how I deal with hardware.
Yeah. So let me know when you have it.
I literally either have, if I want something, I have it day of or like a week before. So.
Yeah, I want to see this thing. I want to see this in person.
Yeah.
This seems really interesting to me.
Yeah,
I don't think Marquez can get across like what it's really doing with a camera. Like this is one of those things like with VR, you have to see it with your own eyes. It just does not translate to 2D video on a YouTube channel.
So also it doesn't really work with a camera unless they put it in camera tracking mode. So
yep.
I don't know how it would work with a camera without it actually picking up two different points, because that's the entire purpose of how it actually works. So
yeah, that's awesome, man. All right, well go hop yourself in a hot tub and get some sleep there, my man.
That's what I'm gonna do. Have fun with the rest of the stream.
I will. Thank you for the explanation, man.
Yeah, you picked a fucking topic that I just happen to make money off of.
Well,
so
it's funny because you just said,
a wonderful one.
Because the lag on the stream, there was like shit going down, and you're like phone now, and I see a call coming in, and I'm like, I had no idea what the context was or anything. I didn't know if you were going to talk about the guy who was coming in with all the accounts and being a douchebag. I had no idea, so I was caught completely off guard. So,
oh no, that guy is a fucking shithead. We probably need to break your network apart, and then we can deal with him separately and do some loop backs to cover that. But anyway,
well, the good news is we're pretty sure we know who he is, so so he'll get his comeuppance soon.
No. There's easy ways to do. So directly with dealing with a service and dealing with an intruder like that, you can actually get two different streams going out of the provider and let them loop back to you, and you can then see the delay channels, and then you can figure out, timings and things on that for if you want like geolocation and all that stuff. So
I'm down for having some fun and confirming some things.
You can do that inside of Unify. So.
All right, well, I'll hit you up on the side channel. I don't want you giving away all the secrets here on the stream.
Yeah. No, I'm hidden behind a Palo Alto. I'm fine.
No, I know, but I just don't want you tipping anybody off. I want to do this without anybody knowing it's happening until after it's done.
If they can get you, they can get anybody.
Yeah, the truth is they've slowed down horribly. They're not professionals. Like, it's taken them upwards of 5 minutes to get. Now they're having to create a new account or go buy another account to come in.
That's all on the Twitch's servers. That's not nothing about you. If they can get you, you have a problem.
Oh, this is on YouTube, but no, it's I get you, man.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can breach your current network.
No.
Trying.
They can't. And I actually took steps to make doubly sure that can't happen moving forward. So
yeah.
All right, brother, go get some rest.
But I have a Palo Alto and a FortiGate, and I'm behind a Unify. What is it called? Enterprise Gateway.
No, I know you take your security seriously, like mega seriously.
Yeah. No, you. If anyone gets me, I'm. The world is done.
It's game over.
Love you, Jerry.
Love you too, brother. I'll hit you up here in a couple days. Yeah, I didn't know why he was calling earlier. That's why I paused the stream and walked away. I was like, shit, if you don't know, like normally I don't take any calls during the stream. That was like a very special thing. Like I don't even take signals during the stream or anything like that. That was a special case. And Adam's usually brief when he makes a call. He's like, answer the phone or do something or I'm calling. And it's like, if you don't know what's going on, it's like, oh shit, I don't want to pick up the phone and have him like say something that I'm trying to keep hidden or say that he found the guy or he thinks he knows who he is or when we already know. It's like, I don't want that information public. So I'm like, I didn't know what he was going to say. I didn't know he was talking about the Marquez Brownlee thing. I had nothing to go on. I thought he was, because of the leg of the stream, I thought he was talking about what was going on with that guy who was, the guy who's coming in here with all the different accounts and stuff. But yeah, that's why I was like, shit, what do I do? Because I can't refuse the call. So that was, and I'm like half asleep and I don't know how to handle it and I don't got the phone piped into the thing. So I was like, I didn't know what to do. But then I paused the stream and I went to talk to him. He's like, I just want to tell you about how the screen works. I was like, okay, that's fine. I was like, I didn't know what the fuck to do. I was like, oh my God. No, I get super stressed out with like unknowns that happen. Like trolling is totally known. Like trolling is a part of the business, right? Although that guy did lie. He's like, I got 50 accounts and 20 burners. Now it's like taking him so long to get in here. He's having to go acquire account by account to come back in here just to get banned immediately. But it was fun to ban all those accounts. Like it's a lot of them probably are just accounts that were hacked or sold or whatever, but that he bought. But it's still fun to ban them because it's like it takes me 1 second to ban him and it takes him several minutes to switch to a new account or create a new account or acquire a new account. Oh wait, hold on. Did he tried to? Oh, I should have seen that one. How did I miss that one? So yeah, let's get that here. Let's get this one. Boom. Gone. That was weird. He like came in here and he kind of like behaved a little bit to stick around for a little while. Oh my God. Anyways, what do you guys got planned? I mean, okay, so let me go back to this technology we were just talking about here with Adam. Okay, this works way differently than I thought it worked. This is like some super brand new shit, right? I'm actually pretty impressed with it now. I thought that maybe it was like shifting the lens layer, like using like some kind of God, what do they call those things? Like really high precision linear actuator to like move the prisms to redirect the light. Because if you think about it, it's like a hump. It's like a lens. For those of you, I was trying to understand it too. But think of like when you shine a light through a sphere or like a prism, right? As you shift the light changes, right? It shines center straight through and then you shift it and it exaggerates the angle. So imagine if you have that ball, but you have a bunch of rows of pixels underneath it. If you just activate the pixels on this side, that light bends and goes this way. If you activate the pixel on the other side, the light bends and go this way. If you want it to go straight on from the screen, you activate the pixels in the middle. But you can just as easily turn on the pixels that are slightly out from center, and then you get each eye. It bends the light into each eye. So you basically are sacrificing resolution to send light to specific areas, right? And that area is probably going to get bigger the further it gets away from the screen, right? Depending on like how much resolution there is to sacrifice. But that's super interesting because with this technology, like in theory, if you had enough pixel density, because he said you could make the prisms any size. So if you made the prisms bigger so that you were seeing 1080p, but let's say you had a 16K screen, right? In theory, you could have a whole bunch of people in the front of a theater and each seat would be watching a different movie on the same screen because it'd be lighting the pixels, one row of pixels under each one of those pixels. One row would be movie one. Next row would be movie 2, movie 3, movie 4 across the whole pixel. And then that would be redirecting the light to that spot, to that viewer in that seat. And so they could all literally be watching a different movie. And then you could use like phased array speakers. And those phased array speakers could shoot directed sound to each person also. That's wild. And they already use phased array speakers in like the Las Vegas Eye. The Las Vegas Eye is really cool because you can actually have different sections where people hear things in different languages. So they can have like a broadcast, and then you can buy the seat based on the language that you want to hear. And that language will be translated and beamed to you through that phased array speaker, along with the audio that's not dialogue that gets beamed to everybody throughout the whole thing. It's pretty damn cool. I've heard that like when you walk around the Las Vegas Eye, you'll just notice like shifts in the audio, and you'll notice shifts in the dialogue, depending on what's playing there. I think this is freaking cool though, because the 3D depth effect is a freaking cool concept, because you can just look at the screen and it's delivering two completely different images at the same time with each frame. So if you're 60 frames or 120 frames per second of animation, each eye is seeing 60 or 120 frames, whereas with conventional 3D, you'd need polarized glasses, and you'd have to switch the screen, one lens open, switch the screen, one lens open, switch screen, and swap the lenses back and forth, and that would give you the 3D effect with a little bit of a flicker. This is OLED. You don't have to have the flicker. You're literally just turning the LEDs on and off for each eye. That's freaking crazy, man. Punch 40 said, so remember James Cameron was trying to figure out theater 3D with no glasses? I bet this is part of that. Totally. This could do it. This could do it. The only thing is, you would have to figure out how to do this with a projector screen, but I think you could. I think you could you could invert the prisms, right? With a screen that's reflective enough that it pushes the light straight back at you without scattering. You'd have to create a screen that basically, when the light hits, it goes, it basically hits at the angle and comes right back at the precise angle. Then you'd have to have a projector that would beam the light at the right angle to each pixel, so that it ultimately comes back and fires in the right orientation to the person and collimates the light together the way it's supposed to be. That'd actually be really hard. I think it'd actually probably make more sense just to create a huge OLED screen. As big as OLED screens are getting now, it's a matter of time before theaters just get rid of projectors and just have massively giant OLED screens. And then they have laser projectors too, right? Where the light source is a laser. But what if you not just the light source is the laser? What if you create an array of lasers, and each one of those lasers is basically hitting a pixel, and that laser is just shifting ultra fast, different colors on, off, hitting different parts of that prism on the screen and beaming it back to your eye. It seems like there is some avenue to get to where you could have a projector do a similar effect to this. If a projector was CRT based, it would lose resolution because it's motion resolution. Yeah, it wouldn't be CRT. It would. I think all theaters today don't use CRT. They're either using laser or they're using some kind of traditional lighting source like halogen or something like that. Or probably LED now. It's going to be LED or laser. Laser projectors are badass though. Laser projectors are the closest thing I've seen to OLED, like HDR OLED on a projector screen in a theater, is when they're using those damn laser projectors. It just creates this like inky black and these really, really deep, rich colors. But it also is heavily dependent on the projector screen too. A really good projector screen that takes that light and keeps it right, just focuses it all within the audience's view and doesn't lose any of it off axis, produces an amazing image. But this is crazy because we're seeing this technology unfold on a small scale first. Instead of a large scale, it's like it's on a phone. So if this ends up like being really cool and it catches on and they start really utilizing it and introducing 3D effects and parallax display, where they already kind of have parallax display with iPhone, but it's not 3D parallax. It just parallaxes the 2D screen based on the camera watching your movements, right? But imagine having like true 3D parallax where you can turn the phone and rotate your head and it looks like you're looking into an infinite space within the phone. The phone is just like almost like the TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside, perceivably. You could do that with this. If you combine the effect of beaming a different image to each eye combined with changing the angle of the phone and changing the image that you get based on the angle of your phone, you could create that parallax environment. Although it'd probably be pretty computationally heavy. Especially if you want multiple people to watch different things. If you had like three people, one person in the center and two people offside, and you guys were all playing a video game on the phone, you could all be having your own full screen of your game, your character on that phone, looking at it from the different angles. But remember, that phone still has to render all three of those viewpoints. and it still has to light the resolution for those pixels. So, but you do lose the resolution. That's the downside to the technology, is you do lose the resolution. So you have to have a lot more resolution. But on a phone, it kind of makes sense, because phones have, they can create screens with insane amounts of resolution when you only need like 1080p. Looks like fucking 16K because the screen is so small. It would not lose resolution if it was a raster scanning display because of the instant response. It would not lose resolution if it was a raster scanning display. Are you talking like what's that video game system from the 70s that does the vector graphics? Where instead of scanning like a CRT, where it has to scan from the top all around, it can actually create the shapes in real time. Or is that what you mean by like a raster scanning display? So that instead of pixels, you can basically move a really thin line of light coming at you from it, and increase the density as much as you want. Well, the density would be limited by how big the spot is that's illuminated, right? The light source illumination would be the smallest you could get the pixel. Yeah, the Vectrix, that's what it is. Thank you, Carmelo. Yeah, the Vectrix is amazing. The Vectrix is a pretty damn cool thing, man. I got to play on one not too long ago, and I was like, holy shit, how did this never catch on? It doesn't record well on camera. I'll tell you that. On camera, they always look flickery and shit, but in real life, they look like super solid. It's amazing. Hey, Putch44, what's up, dude? Thank you for the $5 Canadian. He said, I just want to toss in a bit extra for today's stream, bud. Having a great time with you in chat today. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it, Putch. It really helps a lot, and I super appreciate it, dude. Raster is pixels? No, raster is not pixels. So think of, so I think, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe raster is like what a CRT is doing, except for you can do it in any angle. You can basically steer the beam anywhere you want at any time and any resolution. There's no concept of just a certain amount of lines of resolution. You can tighten it up and move it anywhere you want. Like it's not just a horizontal degree of, it's not like if you want to draw a line like this, it's not a line of pixels when you zoom in like stair steps. Like it would be on a CRT even, because it would just be lighting those individual pixels. This would actually be a true solid line. And the resolution would only be limited by the width of the dot. The dot pitch, yeah, the dot pitch. So, and the smaller you could get it, which you can, they keep in mind when CRTs were still in development, they were doing HD CRTs. They could do 1080i. So think 1920 by 1080 resolution on a small screen that's maybe like 30 inches, 27, 30 inches. And ultra wide, and they were able to create tubes that could do the 1080i on a CRT, because they could get the focus of the electron beam so tight, and they could get this phosphor so tiny on the grid on the front that it worked, that it had the resolution. It's not like looking at those 420, what is it, like 360p or 480p? Actually, I think the old TVs were like 260p. If I remember right, when I was a kid, like it was everything was like 260p, 24 frames per second over there. So it wasn't a lot of resolution at all. But the thing about the CRTs is you can turn a CRT into a raster display by changing out the electronics in it. Because normally you have a beam that scans, right? It scans, however many frames per second, right? It goes from top to bottom, and then persistent vision in your eye is what preserves the image and makes it look solid. So it's scanning across like this. But it doesn't have to scan across like that. If you change the electronics to use the X, Y, and Z to steer the electron beam, you can draw anything you want and play on that persistence of vision. And you can make it look really, really bright. If you're not having to fill the screen and cover every single pixel so many times a second, you can linger longer in the area, which will be perceived by the eye with persistence of vision as more brightness, like stacked brightness. And that's why those freaking Vectrixes look bright as fuck. If you've ever played on a Vectrix, or you've ever played like an arcade machine that was like a vector-based graphics arcade machine, the graphics always look really, really bright and really vivid. They always pop like a CRT never could. Raster is pixel, vector is line beam. Oh, okay, so raster is considered pixel. So raster isn't an electron beam. It is individual spots that are being illuminated individually. Let's see here. James Campbell said something like CRT or MEMS mirror laser projector or a vector monitor. Lines as opposed to pixels, yes. You'd be limited by the dot size and the scan rate, but it would be way better than a fixed pixel screen. See, the thing is, I think the only thing that really limits the scan rate is the electronics package. right? Because the electron beam is being steered by magnetic fields, and it's just how fast can you change those magnetic fields? And if you have strong enough electromagnets, and you can shift those electromagnets like, not polarity, but you can shift those electromagnets field strength, dynamically super, super fast. I don't know what the limit would be. TMRW Gaming said, Adam is very close with Jerry and has so much money. I could only imagine if Jerry was about to lose his house, he would probably pay for it. I would never, ever, ever ask Adam to do that. Never in a million years. I would never put him in that situation. I'd rather just sell my house and live somewhere else. Live in a trailer or something. That's something I could never, ever, ever pay back. Not that I could pay back any of the shit he's already done, but you know what I mean? But I do know that Adam's got my back. Like Adam, put it this way, Adam is so trusted that he's literally him and his wife are the godfather and godmother of my son. Like, they're the people that we trust to take care of him if something happens to us. So that's how much I trust Adam. He is not just a friend. Adam is family. Network guy said, so due to a leak, people have been in and out of my apartment all day, and I've had large fans running all day. This is the first quiet moment I've had. Dude, seriously? Didn't you have like another flood thing that happened? Is this the same place or is this a different place? Because I could have swore when I first met you, you were having like something done to your house or whatever, and there was like a bunch of moisture damage or something like that. And it was like playing hell with everything. And didn't you have to like sleep in the garage or something like that? Because it was like getting too hard to be in the house because of like mold or something like that. I may be remembering this completely wrong because it was so long ago. But I'm like, damn, man, I hope you're not still dealing with that same bullshit. Hopefully this is new bullshit. You wouldn't have to ask. He'd probably just do it out of the kindness of his own heart. I don't even want to think about that because that's not. I don't want to be a burden, right? That's the thing. It's like the things that he's done for me and my family, he's done because he wanted to do those things and we appreciated those things. But I would never want to put him in a position where it's like I trust him with my life, but I would never put him in. I don't even want to go down that road. That's not even something that I want to entertain. Let's see here. Oh, house had leaking issues. Oh man. So is it the same place though? I'm just voicing how much money he has. He probably would buy you a house without even telling you. Well, put it this way. Adam is so well off that he called me one night and said he found an old Bitcoin wallet that he got in trade from somebody that he forgot about for years and years and years. He found an old Bitcoin wallet and it had like $4 or $5 million in it. And he's like, hey, where do I go to sell this? And he's like, yeah, this is just my play. This will just go into my play money fund. It's like to him, it was like $4 million was like nothing. It's like $4 or $5 million, whatever. I'll put that in a rainy day fund. But it doesn't mean he's careless with money either. Like his money works for him. It's like a lot of the charity that he does is because he makes so much money off of the other stuff that he does professionally because he made so many good decisions. I mean, the dude knows what he's doing. Like he really he's got his fingers in every single pie. He knows what he's doing, but he hasn't let it corrupt him, and that's what's cool. It's like I know a lot of wealthy people, but I don't know a lot of wealthy people that aren't corrupted. Main pipe in the building burst in my apartment, got most of the water due to it having carpets instead of vinyl, so it sucked it up like a sponge. Oh, that sucks, dude. Yeah, when it gets down in the carpet padding, that's the worst, man. Oh, that's the worst. When that shit gets down, when you get that moisture, because I had a toilet flood years ago, the upstairs toilet flood, and we didn't catch it until it was like coming down the staircase. And I remember we had to bring in so many fans. We had to get out the wet dry vac and suck as much of it as we could up through the floor. And even though we spent all that time, did all that, and dried it as fast as we humanly could, it's still just the carpet pad was just like basically destroyed. James Shana said, not from the technology side of things, but from a usability side of things. With you being big on privacy and security, what do you think of the privacy screen feature and rolled aspect? I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. If that's a feature that I could get on my phone and it didn't cost too much resolution, meaning that the screen still had very usable resolution, it wasn't like noticeably blocky, I think it's badass. Like I would totally use that 100%. I think it's amazing. There's tons of situations you're in where you're like doing stuff on your phone that you don't want other people to see. Whether it be the person sitting next to you on the bus, whether it be somebody in public, whether you're sitting in the airport, you got people sitting behind you. There's tons of times where you're like using your phone where you just don't want people looking at shit, right? So I think that that's a fantastic feature. What are you drinking, by the way? You're in rare form tonight? If by rare form, you mean really, really tired and struggling to concentrate? Yes, this was coffee, and this is good old-fashioned H20, dihydrogen monoxide. How can I pitch him my startup idea? Oh, man. You don't have to pitch him your startup idea. He'll if it's good enough, he'll just magically show up and fund it. James Jane Center, you don't want people knowing you're watching porn. I mean, that's fair play. That's a fair play. When you're on the bus and you're watching porn, people start looking at you weird, you know, unless you got one of those privacy screens. It's like you got your earbuds, you got your little privacy screen. You know what would be funny? Is instead of showing black to everybody else around you, it should show something to everybody else around you that looks like something like educational, or you're watching the news or something, and only the pixels in the center going to your eye are the porn. So you're like sitting on the bus, or you're sitting in a crowded location, and everybody else around you just sees you watching the news, but you're not watching the news. They're all watching the news, but you're not watching the news. The other thing that would be funny is think about all the people that you could catch spying, or all the people that you could mess with by just having it send out different opposing views on a topic in all different directions. So that people that are peeking and spying, it's like they see something that's like, oh my God, and then the other person sees the opposite thing, and then they both say completely opposite things. If they have a comment on it, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they basically have to admit that they were looking at your phone when you tell them what happened. Theodore said, or maybe you just don't watch porn in public. Bro, come on, you're asking too much, dude. You're asking way too much. Come on, let's be serious here. Or when you pull up your banking app, that's a good one. See, even Gaming Matter rocks. Like the new privacy screen allowed me to watch adult content. I'm thinking about 99% of Samsung customers are thinking about watching adult content without people knowing they're watching adult content. Boner on the bus. Oh, hey, I'm fat. I don't have to worry about a boner on the bus. Nobody'd see it anyways. Shit, I ain't seen the thing in years. Nobody else is either. I have to like set up fucking visitation time in front of the mirror if I want to see the old boy. I'd be like, hey, long time no see. I ain't seen you in a couple days. How you doing? He's like, I do good. I do good. I do happy. Thank you for touching me. TMRW Gaming said, how can I contact you directly so I can show you my OBS TV show RIP when I try it out? Just hit me up in general on Discord. I don't really do a lot of one-on-one stuff anymore. I'm going to start doing it again on Patreon though, just because I need to get back on Patreon. But shit, I've been so tied up with setting up more security cameras, doing a bunch of security shit. I've been having to work with the local police on some stuff, and it's been a massive time sink. And now it's tax season again on top of all that. It's just fucking everything is hitting me all at once, and it's been really rough. Kylek said, I always thought it'd be amusing to take my portable projector on the freeway and project some porn onto a semi-truck. Dude, you know what's funny is I never thought about that. That would actually not just porn, but it'd be funny to just drive down the road with one of those Pico projectors. Because I have one. It's a ZTE micro projector that's battery built in and everything, and it does 720p, but it's fairly bright. So it'd be very interesting. TMRW Gaming said, I'm banned on Discord. Not my fault though. I'm a nice boy. What's your Discord name? Why can you tell me truthfully why you were banned on Discord? Because if it's nothing too bad, or if it really wasn't your fault, then I'll just unban you. If it's just me having a bad day or something, I'll give you another chance. Let's see here. I'm trying to scroll back through chat. I'm trying to see. I saw somebody earlier like bitching about me talking about politics or something. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Let's see here. You're banned for being banned in YouTube chat and asking to be unbanned in general. Most I can do is bring it up with the other mods and we can form a discussion. Hold on, we're trying to figure it out. Okay, it sounds like the mods are already working on reviewing it and figuring out course of action. But I'll certainly recommend you get a second chance as long as what you did wasn't too bad. I mean, so far you've seemed pretty cordial this time around. I haven't seen all your messages this stream because I've been looking at a lot of other stuff, but oh, networking guy just hit a bunch of your messages. What's going on? Oh, networking guy already told him to leave it be. Nah, he missed his chance. He was told to drop it earlier. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. The decision was made. It's too bad. Like, it seems like it wouldn't be too difficult. You know, it wouldn't be too difficult to just drop it, ask for a thing and sit back and wait. But people always have to push stuff, man. Always. Damn, you're good. You know what I've noticed is that troll, it's taking him way longer to create. He must be creating these accounts using some kind of a script or something like that, because, oh no, this is another old account from 2023. So yeah, he is definitely using a bunch of hacked accounts, a bunch of kids' hacked accounts. But it's taken him a long time to get each one. I think he must be on a site that's just listing free hacked accounts, and he's just waiting for a new one to come up to log into. But yeah, it's taking him forever to come in here, and then you end up getting him before I can ever see any of the messages, so I never see anything he says. Oh, thank you. I know my viewers care about me, and I appreciate that, Douglas Holmes. Dude thought I left chat, so he decided to ask again. He asked earlier, got told the answer, and decided to ask once I wasn't sending messages. Well, here, networking guy, answer my question, though. Was his reason for being banned originally for constantly telling me not to talk about Trump, or that he didn't want me talking about politics because he doesn't agree with my politics? Because I can't remember if that was him or not, but I know we have banned people before for doing that. Because just because I say I'm going to talk about politics less, which I absolutely have. I talk about politics on a minuscule fucking level across all my social media, including my live streams, compared to what I used to. But I'm never going to stop talking about politics so long as Trump breathes. Not a fucking chance. Like, my country and my family's future is in major fucking jeopardy. So I am going to talk about it. And if somebody has a problem with me talking about that, then they truly don't care about me or my family. And if they don't care about me and my family's existence, then why should I care about them, right? James Campbell said, I think I have you on my Steam friends list, but I'm not sure if it's actually you. On Steam, I'm Barnacules. There should be only one Barnacules as far as I know on Steam. So if it's Barnacules, it's probably me. I don't respond a lot on Steam, though. So if you message me and you get a response like immediately, it's probably not me unless I prove that it's me. And there's ways I can prove that it's me. Network guy said he was banned by Jatman. Okay, so it was a while ago. For asking in general to be unbanned. He was banned from YouTube for asking to drop political talk. Oh, okay, I remember that. I remember that, him getting banned for that. And then he came back here and started talking about, I need to drop political talk. This is one of those things where it's like, it doesn't sound like he was really being mean about anything, but still he's harping on me and telling me what I can and can't do. That I don't like. That I don't like. It seems the Discord link in my profile description is invalid. Oh, I'll have to fix it then. It should be barnnerd.com. Hold on here. Discord.barnnerd.com. Is that not what it is? Let me see if it still works. Yeah, it still works on my side. If you guys want to join my Discord, there it is. Here's the thing. I know Jatman's been really busy, and I still talk to him all the time, but he's been really busy. That's why he hasn't been modding a whole lot lately. So networking guy, I'll leave it up to you. You can ultimately decide the fate of that guy. But as long as he's not being too bad and he gives it up on tell me what I can and can't talk about, I'll personally vote for a second chance, because I feel like a lot of people deserve a second chance. Or I guess in this case, it'd be a third chance then, I guess. but I'll leave it up to you. You guys are the mods. You guys help me keep shit going. So I'm not gonna override you guys. If you think that he shouldn't be unbanned, then he shouldn't be unbanned. Not sure if you've tried it. They just released on Gemini Nano Banana 2 an upgraded image generator that just released recently in Gemini. Yeah, I haven't tried the music generator, but BrewChat already supports it. I haven't tried it yet. Here, let me try it out. I haven't even tried it. So BrewChat has it. Let's do hold on here. I want to go to, hold on here. Let me open it up. Get out of here. I want to go do Studio. Wait, can I get to Studio through the app? Here, let me see if I can. Studio. Minis, personal. I want to do studio. Studio. I would like to do the studio. Here, I'll just do it here. Studio. Studio. We will catch him next stream or next Twitch stream and see if he has improved. I have no problem banning somebody if they can drop a topic when being told to drop it. Awesome. All right. Well, even though he got timed out, or I think he got timed out, right? I hope he didn't get blocked. If he got blocked, let's not block him. Let's just time him out. And then next stream, because I'm sure he's still here. If next stream he drops it and he doesn't, and he just says, hey, he just leaves it to you guys, and he's good the whole stream, and he doesn't keep bringing up politics or keep asking to be unbanned, then maybe we'll give him another chance. I'll let you be the judge, though. Do you remember when Trump talked about Obama attacking Iran? Obama never attacked Iran. Trump. Okay, I want to be clear here. Every single thing that Trump said that Biden would do if he was elected, Trump has done himself when Biden never did those things. And that's a fact. That is 100% a fact. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of Republicans railing against Trump right now that supported him because he said he wasn't going to get us into any new wars. And here he is getting us into wars. So, yeah, it's like there is no defending that. Trump is a fucking warmonger. It's that simple. Do I still code? Yeah, actually, all the time. Coding is the one thing I still do consistently quite a bit. A lot of it's vibe coding these days because it's just so fucking fast. But yeah, no, I do enjoy it. Here, let me see it. Let me see. I want to try this new studio thing. What is it? Nano Banana 2? Yeah, Nano Banana 2. I can do... Oh, wow. They support like every aspect ratio imaginable. All right, let's do 16 by 9. I'm going to do one image. I can do 1K, 2K, or 4K ultra high resolution. I'm going to say create a picture of a chicken wearing an Iron Man suit flying to the moon with huge plumes of fart clouds and fart fire coming out of his backside, projecting him towards his target, with lots of people on the ground shooting paintball guns at him and throwing sticks of butter. I'm just making up like random shit. Make it hyper realistic with good lighting. All right. Let's see what we get here. Boom. We're doing it. Damn, networking you guys just fucking on it. I love it. Dude, I'm so glad you're here today, bro. I appreciate you being here. This is awesome. Because like I don't have to do anything. It's like I've tried to ban like the last 3 accounts Numbnuts brought in here. It's funny. He's like, oh, like 50 accounts. He's having to get them one by one. He's literally sitting on a site F5 and to get like accounts to come in here. Do you have any tips for DSA for beginners? What is DSA? DSA does not ring a bell to me. Wait, failed to generate image. What? Is Nano Banana like that censored that you can't hear? I'll just say here. Create a picture of Seattle, Washington on fire. Can you do that at least? Come on. Come on, let's be realistic here. I want to see Seattle, Washington on fire. Oh, don't type hyper realistic or you get less realistic in Nano Banana. Ooh, that's weird. Seriously? Yeah, I got the Giga Chad mod. Oh my gosh. Oh, you missed Gina streaming. She got a different troll, but I still love banning them. I mean, she'll be back. She's traveling. I talked to her just a couple days ago. She's actually doing really good. She's traveling, having a lot of fun. Data structures and algorithms. Do you have any tips for data structures and algorithms for beginners? Honestly, like the data, whoa, it actually created a picture of Seattle burning. The data structures, and I mean, I don't even know like how I'd answer that. Because a lot of the data structures and stuff, like the stuff that I used to learn like back in the C and C++ days with like things like linked lists and learning like data storage procedures using like SQL and stuff like that. A lot of that shit is just like busy work now that AI can just fucking crank out for you. But like, I guess when you're talking like data structures and algorithms, you're talking about structures, classes, linked lists, ways of storing data, ways of searching through data quickly, efficient structures, trading CPU for memory or memory for CPU or storage for memory and CPU or memory CPU for storage. It's kind of like an infinitely long thing, but I'd say you can probably find a lot of shit on YouTube. YouTube's like my go-to if I want to go and watch like some tutorials on very, very specifics. But honestly, Bradley Smith nailed it. It's like, just go ask AI. AI is the future. All developers in the future are going to be hired and handed AI and have AI shoved down their throat. So it's time to start asking AI some questions. Just be sure that, you know, that you, if you're going to let AI do the work, at least have it explain its work to you so you understand why and what it's doing, instead of just blindly accepting it at its face value, because a lot of people just blindly accept it at its face value, and that can get you into trouble down the road. As years go on, I've gotten more strict while letting more slide if they can show their behavior as good aspects. Oh, 100%. 100%. And I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Like, at some point, I'm probably going to do like a universal unban on everybody and just start over from scratch. I've never done that before. So, but I may do that at some point, and then, you know, the people that just want to use that as an opportunity to come back and throw a punch and get banned again, so be it. That's fine. You know, they can, you know, sit in their thing. But if they want to come back and they truly want to try to be good, productive members of chat that aren't just assholes, then that's cool. I'd love to have them back. Because the one thing I do understand is everybody has bad days. Everybody has bad days. That's why I think that, like, if somebody has a bad day and they're willing to admit it's a bad day, but if every day is a bad day, then this isn't a good place for them. I'm wondering if I could ask AI to code me an AI. You actually can. You actually can. You can ask an AI to code you an AI. You can ask an AI to code you a thing that talks to AI, to do things with AI. Actually, a lot of the stuff I vibe code involves having an AI create code that connects to another AI to ask that AI questions to get solutions for the things that AI's code is doing. It's very interesting. Yeah, we've all been idiots in the past. Like, everybody has a bad day for sure. By the way, Nano Banana 2 created a very convincing photo of Seattle on fire. So that's pretty surprising. Here, I'll put that over on Discord. If you guys are on Discord, go look in general, and I'll post this. Where is it? General. This is what Nano Banana 2 created with my first prompt of show me a picture of Seattle on fire. Not too bad, actually. Did you hear the internet almost got taken down by the XZ compression on? Yep, I watched that video, Gaming Matty Rocks. Yep, that was crazy, huh? How close we came to like total annihilation. Like literally every SSH endpoint on the entire internet would have been accessible to that guy and anybody he sold that access to. It just goes to show, man, people that seem to have good intentions on the surface sometimes can end up being like super fucking evil. You know, that person did a lot over a long time to set up that situation and slip that by everybody, but they did. They took a component that was literally used by almost everything, slipped in a backdoor code that they could skip encrypt. They could skip authentication and just be authenticated right out of the gate, and it fucking worked. It's a good thing somebody found it, though. It's like we owe that guy like a debt of gratitude. The one dude that figured it out before it fucked everybody over. And it very well could have, had it not gotten patched so quickly. As Victor said, I'm just trying to get deeper understanding to feed my brain. I work as a software dev in Norway, but I don't like the AI getting shoved down my throat all day. It makes my brain lazy. Oh, 100%. It makes my brain lazy too. If you asked me to sit down and like even write a fucking Python script or a C# program from scratch that does anything even remotely interesting, I'd probably lose interest now just because I'd be like, God damn it, AI could have done this in 5 seconds. It's that's not good. That's really not good, because it's like your brain is getting lazy and you're becoming dependent on it. It's just like if you depend on GPS to drive around, you never really learn the routes. And then when GPS doesn't work or it can't get a satellite locked because it's too cloudy or rainy or snowy or whatever, now you're like, how the fuck do I get to these places even though you've been there 5 or 6 times before? It's the same fucking deal. It's like AI is like GPS for everything, GPS for life. And it's crazy how fast we can get pulled into it. It's a very addictive thing. And I think the guy who found it just noticed that his SSH login was slower than usual, and that's how they end up looking into it and discovering the backdoor. That's crazy if true. That is crazy if that's what saved us. James Shady said, try something small like cat or like man at the beach or something that does a lot better with more normal stuff. Well, that's the thing, though, is if you tell it to do normal stuff, then it's basically creating the image based on like direct training data. It's not having to stress. I really rate an AI and its capabilities based on the craziest shit that it can create that looks realistic. Because even Stable Diffusion, if you say create a picture of a man with black hair, it just does and it looks perfect. And it has for a very long time. Kyodon said, so is Opus banned from consumers because of the whole Anthropic thing, or what is the deal with that? Well, I use Opus every day, so I don't think it's banned. I think it can be banned from the government, but I don't think they'll be able to ban it from like us using it. Timey Series said, can you explain the concept of AI agents to me? My boss keeps preaching about them. Think of agents as different prompts that talk to each other. So that you have something called a thinking AI. So if you have an AI that supports something called thinking, that's where the AI can have a conversation with itself. It's basically the AI gets a response, and then it asks itself follow-up questions based on those responses to refine that information down until it gets to a point where it thinks it's satisfactory to answer it. Agents are just taking that out to another dimension. Now you have multiple thinking agents, like multiple thinking prompts that are all running their own prompts that spawn from that first prompt. So that first prompt does some thinking, then spawns the agents. The agents are all experts in certain aspects of solving the problem that you've given it or trying to answer the question you've given it. And then each one of those agents takes a different vector as a different expert to discover information. And then at the end, they all combine their information together. And then a coordinator takes that agent's information and coordinates it into something that makes sense to you. So think of agents as just expanding upon this. So you have the AI, then you have the thinking AI, and then you have the agents of the thinking AI. So you're just multiplying it, right? You're just like, now you have multiple thinking agents. And the more agents you have, usually the better the response in the end, but it also costs more resources. By default, most of the AIs I've played with, both local and online, use about 4 agents by default, but usually it's tunable. Theodore said, yeah, that's why I'm using AI sparingly. I want to learn to keep it as a tool instead of it becoming fully reliant on it. I mean, that's a good idea to do, but just make sure you don't fall too behind on becoming an expert at the AI, because everybody else is going to be focused on that, because that's going to make you more valuable. The more work you can do per hour is more important to somebody than doing it manually. So you're saying Grok will eventually have more than 4 agents? It's entirely possible. You upgraded your resume. I'm now an AI technician. I mean, that's not a bad thing to put on your resume, seriously, because that's what people are going to be looking for. Am I going to go out and look the aligned planets at sunset? I didn't even know that was a thing. Can I see them from here in Washington? That'd be cool to see, because if the planets are in alignment, I wonder, is that going to make it more visible in the sky to me? Can I see it with my naked eye, or am I going to need a telescope? Here, let me create one more image with Nano Banana too. Create a picture of a robot made from garbage cans and random automotive parts. Fighting with a giant chicken in a restaurant's parking lot. All right, let's see if it can do that one. 16 by 9 Nano Banana 2, generate. It's like Agent Smith from The Matrix manipulated himself to kill Neo. Exactly. That's the best explanation I've heard yet. Agents are exactly like Agent Smith from The Matrix. Exactly. Dylan R. Gaming said I started to pull back and use AI as a third hand. Wink. Dude, grab one of Adam's telescopes. Oh, dude, can I share something cool here? Yeah, sure. Knock yourself out. I don't care. As long as it isn't something like crazy, get me in trouble or something, or sending everybody away from me to somebody else, then I don't care, because I need all my peoples. Don't take my peoples away from me. I need my peoples. Holy shit, this picture is actually good. I said create a robot out of a garbage can and random automotive parts fighting in a restaurant parking lot. This actually turned out great. All right, hold on. Let me put this. Here's the new image. This this one turned out great. The prompt was, let me see if I can grab the prompt here really quick. The prompt was, create a picture of a robot made from garbage cans and random automotive parts fighting with a giant chicken in a restaurant parking lot. I mean, that's exactly what that image is, 100%. Let's see. What is this? Wait a second. Why did that go to your YouTube channel? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. 2026, the year of the Warthog. Oh, the Burt. Me and Xander love this aircraft, by the way. This is Xander and I both agree that this is our favorite aircraft. We don't call it the A-10 Warthog, we call it the Burt. Because that's what it sounds like when the cannon goes off. It goes brrr, brrr. It's fucking awesome is what it is. It's a flying tank. It's amazing. I actually know a lot about these aircraft because we watch so many YouTube videos on them. Like they have triple redundant systems, hydraulic systems, battery systems. The engines are mounted above the wings. There's armor under the fuselage and the wings, and they put the engines on top so that they're protected from ground fire. The thing can get like 3/4 of its wing blown off on both sides and still come in for a landing. Actually, one of these made a landing with half a wing missing. It literally had a half a wing missing, and because the control surface is so large on the tail, it was still able to trim and come in for a landing with half a wing. It's pretty damn impressive. That's so cool that the museum's getting a Warthog, because those are not cheap jets, and they still use them. They've tried to retire them multiple times, but they continue to be used in service even today. It's hard to find another aircraft that can serve the same role. I mean, this thing was amazing. And that Avenger cannon is fucking crazy. Hey, what's up, Anthony Mangione? How's it going, man? Dude, get Xander to Oklahoma. I'll get him good access to it. Oh, he would love that, dude. I still remember the first time we took him to the Museum of Flight in Seattle. He absolutely loved it. He had so much fun sitting in all the aircraft and stuff, and everything's all super hands-on there. They let you do everything. You can walk on the Concorde and like walk around and see. It's cool. It's just fucking cool. Speaking of A-10 or F-15, because IDF had a F-15 that landed with a missing wing. I remember that. An F-15 landing with a missing wing. Like the wing was gone. That was pretty impressive. I don't even know how that was possible, but that's pretty amazing. What I think's cool is that they just recently refit the F-15 for like another decade of service. They basically took the F-15s, they refit them with modern avionics packages and everything, and now the new F-15s are like hyper capable aircrafts now. Like they were basically, getting the shit kicked out of them stats wise, but now they're like amazing at like electronic warfare, multi-role, all that stuff. They're basically like a poor man's F-35. And I believe they're faster, too. If I remember right, I think the F-15 actually has a higher top speed than the F-35. Surprisingly, the F-35 is not that fast. It's just hyper maneuverable, and all its weapon systems can strike from a gazillion miles away. So, they traded speed for maneuverability. Turns out most aircrafts nowadays, most of the aircrafts nowadays don't really, they don't really go that fast, honestly. They really don't. Oh, hold on here. I gotta see something. Show me the messages. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Okay. Never mind. Sorry. Zoned out. The most beast aircraft, and I still have my G.I. Joe Tiger rat. Hell yeah. Anthony Mangione said, I can't wait to see the 6th gen aircraft will look like and do. Dude, 6th gen shit scares me. Like 6th gen is like now you have like autonomous wingmen that are like AI controlled, and like, you basically just like fly to your target and think what you want them to do, and they go and do it. You're wearing a head-mounted display where you can see everything through the fuselage of the aircraft. Like it literally has 360-degree cameras. So you look down and you can actually see through the fuselage and over your shoulder through the bulkhead. It's fucking cool, man. Yep, B-52 is still in service today. And they use it a lot, too. The B-52 is like still really useful. I think isn't the B-52 getting refitted with new modern engines that are more powerful and more economical? Because like the old engines that they have on them are like pretty much shit by today's standards. So I think they're refitting them all with new engines. Is Boeing still badly manufactured? I mean, Boeing had a really bad run with like its consumer stuff, but I don't think it had a bad run with like its military stuff. However, I do get the distinct feeling that Boeing, you know, boned things up pretty fucking badly for a while. They're getting Rolls-Royce engines. Hey, JK, I appreciate that. The F-22 is sweet. But the problem with the F-22 is you could build like 3 or 4 F-35s for the cost of one F-22. The F-22 is an insanely expensive aircraft. It is insanely expensive to work on. Like for every hour it flies, it needs like 24 hours of service. It's probably one of the most expensive aircraft there is to operate. That's why you don't see a lot of them. But with the 2 engines and the vectored thrust and the insane top speed, that thing is an animal. If you're a pilot that gets to fly an F-22, you are a lucky dog, man. You are a lucky dog if you get to do that. Excuse me. Oh, hold on here. Guys. Wow, is it already 4? It's already 4 p.m. Shit, I thought it was barely like barely 2. Man, my perception of time is all wonkered up right now. Yeah, they don't make them anymore. The F-22s, they definitely don't make them anymore. And I think they didn't make a ton of them. I want to say they only made like 120 some odd of them. It wasn't a lot. It really wasn't a lot. Dude, that's so sick. Oh my God. I'm so jealous, networking guy. God damn it. He sends me a picture of him sitting in a fucking F-14 Tomcat. Oh man, that's like one of my all-time favorite jets. Well, it's everybody's, right? Top Gun, right? It's like once you watch Top Gun, that jet just like gets into your heart. The crazy thing is, like, the F-14 Tomcat would still hang today. Like it not with like the electronic warfare shit that's going on and stuff now, but like if it was just pure dogfighting, fucking F-14 is still a badass aircraft. It's got shitloads of power. It's got articulating wings, so it can maneuver really, really tight at slow speeds and maneuver, and still go supersonic. It can carry a fuckload of weapons. Like the F-14's payload is insane because it's got so much thrust. The only thing that really kills it is the electronics package. The electronics package is hugely dated. You still need a co-pilot or a navigator or Rio. It'd be cool. Yeah, I wish they had have made a like upgraded the F-14. Like that would have been cool if they put money into like upgrading the F-14 instead of creating creating all new brand new aircraft. But I understand why they did. I understand why they did. Like the F-35 is massively, massively capable. Like an F-35 would take an F-14 Tomcat out of the air every time. And even if the F-14 tried to run, it could pick it off from 300 miles away with one of its missiles, and then just completely disappear off the radar of the F-14 entirely. So saw a Saab Gripen at the air show recently, and that was an incredible plane here. Dude, Saabs are awesome, man. Saab aircraft are sleek as fuck, man. Not a lot of people know that Saab made aircraft, but God, they're cool. I guess they're common in Europe, but here in the United States, you rarely, if ever, see or hear about them. Oh, excuse me. Oh man. Guys, as much as I hate to say it, I think I need to call it. I am so tired. I took all the Adderall. I took all the coffee. I took all the B vitamins, and I don't feel any of it. I am still super exhausted. I guess you hit a certain point where it's like you just can't replace sleep with stims. Flying does have him flown an F-14 in Flight Simulator via remote control account. In terms of you asking about flying, does have him flown an F-14 in a Flight Simulator or via remote control account? I mean, that'd be cool if you've done it. I've flown an F-14 and I think it's Microsoft Flight Simulator. I flew an F-14. It's either that or DCS. Dude, DCS is crazy, man. If you play DCS, it's like it takes realism too far. DCS is like you got to flip every switch and do everything and fucking talk to the tower and get clearance and know where every switch is in your aircraft and shit. First time I played it, I'd actually like go look up how to like start the engine, like just to get the fucking thing going, because I couldn't figure it out. Just like looking around at the switch, I'm like flipping switches and shit. It's like I like brought the landing gear up and laid the thing down on its belly on the ground. I'm like, oh shit, how are we gonna do this now? But DCS, the way I see it is DCS is what iRacing is, the racing simulation. DCS is the flight sims, or combat flight sims is what iRacing is to racing sims. It focuses so much on the realism of the physics and so much on the realism of the experience. And it also just absolutely destroys your PC. It needs so much power. Which is why Israel bombed the F-14 squadron Iran had without a working flight computer. That really happened? Really? So Israel just took out the F-14 squadron because they just didn't have working flight computers? Or are you saying the F-14 squadron didn't have working flight computers and still took them out? What were they fighting up against? What was Iran flying? Oh, DCS is a massive money pit. That's why I never really got into it beyond just like installing it and playing with like the free aircraft. It was just, yeah, that thing will suck you in. Vader's Luxurious Nuts. I wish I could say, I love that name, by the way. That'll never get old. My back is absolutely killing me right now. Sadly, it was killing me last night. It's killing me today. I couldn't even hardly sleep for the 45 minutes before the stream. It's been hurting so bad. So when I go downstairs, I'm hoping that Miss Barnacules is awake, because I'm gonna hand her a fully charged impact massager and have her go to town on my hip. Because yeah, I've got a bad burning sensation down my sciatic nerve all the way down my left leg, and it's killing me. It's absolutely killing me. Hysteria said something funny. Trump came to our city and we had thick fog after he left. Oh my God. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna wrap her up. I am super duper exhausted. Wait, what's the channel about? Are you talking about my channel? This channel is about, well, the videos are about technology. The live streams are about whatever and whatever. Oh yeah, I played Falcon 4.0 back in the day. Shit, bro, I'm old. I played Chuck Yeager's Flight Simulator. I played Microsoft Flight Simulator 4.0. Dude, I remember Microsoft Flight Simulator 4.0 where it was like wireframe graphics running at like fucking 10 frames a second. It was good times, man, back then. I used to think those graphics were amazing. Chuck Yeager's Flight Simulator, the graphics blew my mind. Now I went back and looked at it on DOSBox, and I'm like, how did I ever even know I was flying an airplane? I used to love the bugs in games back then, too, because remember, you didn't get patches back then. There was no internet. There was no patches or game versions. Like, if you had bugs, it was there forever. And one of my favorite bugs was they had the space shuttle in Chuck Yeager's Flight Simulator, and the space shuttle didn't have any gas in it, which kind of makes sense because it's a glider, right? So you'd spawn it on the runway to take off, and you couldn't take off because it was just stuck there. It couldn't fly. It had no engines. So they basically put the shuttle in there, and you couldn't do anything with it. The best you could do with it is like fly a stop with camel up to about 1,000 feet, switch over into the space shuttle, and then just watch it bash into the ground. That was about all you could fucking do. Anthony mentioned take it to your brother, get some sleep, get some food in your system. Yeah, I should. I did have some breakfast when I woke up because I had to take metformin for my beaties. So you have to take metformin with food. So I had 2 hard-boiled eggs, 2 string cheeses, and some cashews. That's the meal I usually start the day with because it keeps my blood sugar nice and low. And then for dinner, I can have something that has like some carbs in it or some sugar, because then I just wind down for the night and then I sleep and I fast overnight and bleed it off quickly. But you never want to start the day. That's the thing I figured out with diabetes. Experiment with different things. Doctor told me, like, document things, track your numbers, see how things affect you. And once you start focusing on that, as you kind of gamify it, you start realizing like some crazy things. Like, yeah, if you change how you eat in the morning to keep the glucose low, then you feel better throughout the day. And then if you don't put a shitload of carbs in your system all at once in the morning, then you don't feel like a zombie. You don't feel tired all day. Like, the reason I feel tired is because I legitimately haven't slept in like 3 days. I've been having to fight a bunch of security shit that I'm dealing with that I finally got figured out. Bunch of stuff with installing security cameras and having to write a bunch of shit to a bunch of legal shit. It's been a fucking rough week. So I just haven't gotten any sleep. My anxiety levels have been really high. So I'm just, and there was no way I was going to miss this, even though Aux had to cancel today and David wasn't around. I could not let another one go. I had to do something. Number blocks 1 whole 2 2 3 third 4 fourths. What does that mean? Is that the Da Vinci Code? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you actually gained energy from Monjaro or whatever, the GLP-1 drug? I found the GLP-1 drug made me feel like a dog. But then again, I'm allergic to it, so that's probably why that happened. You've been eating overnight oats in the morning? It's helped me a lot. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I might try that. I have oatmeal occasionally. And then I also take Metamucil. I have Metamucil 3 to 5 times a day. And Metamucil helps a lot. Like I've noticed that not taking my Metamucil makes me feel a lot different. The only problem is when you have a lot of Metamucil, you also have to make sure that you take a laxative every other day. Otherwise, you're not going to be shitting. Just be careful with the GLP-1 drugs though, because there's not a lot known about them, and we're learning more and more. And there are some pretty bad side effects that can happen from a lot of dependency. A lot of people can't come off them once they're on them for like a period of time. Just be careful with them. But boy, for short-term losing weight, I mean, it kills your appetite entirely. Like, you can literally go through the day, not eat anything and not feel hungry. It's wild. The shit completely nukes your appetite. However, I also found I get the same effect from Adderall. If I take my Adderall dose that I'm supposed to take every day, starting in the morning through the afternoon, then I literally only get hungry like for the last couple hours I'm awake. And the rest of the day, if I'm not careful, I won't eat anything. And you got to be careful to eat. You have to snack on something. Because if you don't, then your liver will start dumping glucose into your blood. And it's weird. You can actually have higher blood sugar not eating than with eating. It's fucking weird. All right, I'm just going to assume that's a troll. All right, guys. I know I said I was going to leave earlier, but then I forgot I said I was going to leave. But now I remembered I am going to actually leave. You guys are amazing. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody's super chat here real quick, because I don't want to be that guy here. Hold on. Let me go back. I want to make sure I got everybody. Histario, thank you for the $5. Said, have you tried Clawbot yet? No, I tried OpenClaw, but I have not tried Clawbot yet. He said, I heard this is going to be to new BR, the new standard, like when email came into being. I will tell you what, you got to be careful with things like Clawbot and OpenClaw and stuff like that, because they do have a tendency to get a little off the pasture, and if you're not paying very, very close attention to what's going on, they can end up either costing you a shitload in coin if you're not using a local AI for everything. They can venture off and figure out how to do things on their own that you may not have wanted them to do in their pursuit of trying to do the thing that you want them to do. So it's like you got to be careful with that shit. Like, don't give it access to your computer. Run it under a VM. Limit its access. Don't log into a bunch of services and let it have free roam. You got to be careful. You got to be really careful. Putch44, thank you again for that $5. Or your Pro DVD Eye, thank you for that support, man. Super appreciate it. Joey, thank you so much for the help earlier. Let's see here. Retro My Bets, thank you for the $5. CyberGimp, thank you for the $5. He said, sorry, it's a small tip, but kind of broke. Dude, don't ever tip if you're broke. I want to reiterate that. If you're broke, don't ever tip. Hang out, enjoy the show. You just being here is tip enough for me. The whole tip. Michael R. Media, thank you for the $10. He said, I told you about my G35 last week. Oh, yeah, the Skyline. The one that that I discovered was the Skyline. He said this weekend I have an opportunity to buy a Saab 9 2X Aero with a JDM STI EJ205 engine, but I'd have to sell the G, which I have a buyer for already. Here's the thing. You got a Skyline, bro. That's a badass car, but it's not all. I don't think, is it all-wheel drive? Is the G35 all-wheel drive? If it is, then I don't know. I might keep the all-wheel drive. But man, the Saab with because the Saab 92X is basically just an STI. It's literally an STI with a body change. Like the drivetrain is like basically a Subaru STI. So the EJ205 is a wonderful engine. Just know that they can have ringland problems and oil starvation issues. So if you do get that car, make damn sure that you put a new oil pan and a baffled oil pan and an oil pickup in it. Otherwise, if you drive it aggressively, you could blow the engine up. Oh, Adam has a perpetual thanks around here. Adam requires no thanks. He is perpetually thanked. We love Adam to death around here, and his explanation was fantastic on that screen technology because I had no fucking clue. Marcus is like, look, you turn it and it turns black. I'm like, oh, so when it doesn't see your eyes, it just turns black? I had no idea because the demonstration, the camera wasn't really showing what was happening. What was really happening there, as we figured out, is that it's projecting the light at the person as they're turning the screen, but the camera sees it falling off as it goes. It's just fucking awesome, dude. It's great technology. I saw a blog post where one of the AI agents tried to submit a PR to an open source project and then it got rejected and it made a whole blog ripping on the human dev, rejected it. We talked about that last week on Tech Talk. That was actually hilarious. Yeah, it literally like had a feud. It got into a feud with the developer. Your friend's STI blew up last year. That's the thing, man. You got to be careful. STIs, not sexually transmitted infections, Subaru STIs with EJ engines on them, the EJ25s. Just know those engines do have some notorious issues, and you want them dealt. You want to make sure they're dealt with before you go and buy one. Like, or make sure that you fix it when you get it. Make sure it doesn't have any like super like massive oil blow by or anything. Because one thing that those engines do is they have a tendency to have tight rings in them, like from the factory. Certain years even are known to have more tight rings. And I've seen people blow a brand new engine in a brand new car in 20,000 miles driving it gently. So you almost want to buy one from somebody who ringed the piss out of it. But that's a hard going. So going from a G35, which is basically a US spec Skyline, to Saab that's basically a JDM STI that's rebodied. That's a hard one. But I will tell you this: the Saab is a super rare car. You don't see a lot of those Saab 92Xs around anywhere. So Michael, I would say on that alone, that's pretty badass. I would definitely be interested in that. But just know that the EJ is a mixed bag, right? It's a fantastic engine as long as you make sure it has oil, and it likes to burn oil, so you got to make sure it has oil in it all the time, and make sure you get that oil pickup in that baffled pan. Otherwise, you're gonna be out some money. And don't ever damage does the Saab have the 5-speed or the 6-speed? If it has the glass 5-speed transmission, I would pass on it altogether. But if it has the STI 6-speed in it, then it's bulletproof. Thank you, Bubba to Matt, for the help earlier. Volk Medv, thank you for the $10, $10, $10, and $10 again. Dude, $40. That's insane, dude. Thank you so much for all that support. The Altonian, thank you for the $5. Evil McGaming, thank you for being a member. LJ Everett, thank you for the $5. Said, do you still have a hot tub you set up in your video a few years back? Love the old videos. No, that hot tub got, long story short, the top got ripped off of it in the winter. A bunch of tree shit and leaves got into it, and we didn't realize it turned off because it was supposed to be cycling the filter and staying warm. And by the time we got out there, it already had an algae bloom inside of it that basically destroyed it. And I was like, damn it. So we ended up giving it away, we drained it, put it out on the front lawn, gave it away. Somebody picked it up within a day. And then Adam ended up getting us a real hot tub. So now we have a real hot tub out back. We've had it for like 4 or 5 years now, and it's been absolutely amazing. We absolutely love it. There is no substitute for a real hot tub. However, I will say that as long as you live in a somewhat warm climate, those inflatable hot tubs are surprisingly good for their cost. Lance 90, Michael, thank you for the $2. Said room tour in 2026. Hey, if I can get her cleaned up, definitely. But boy, she is long from clean. And then Blue Varo, thank you for kicking off the stream today with 10 Nerdgasm gift memberships. You absolute legend. All right, guys, for real, I'm leaving this time. I'm going to go and get some sleep, and I will catch you on the flippity floppity. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. Peace out.